cool. All right, let me now hand it over to the moderator of the day, Jacqueline. Take it away.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Karibuni sana to this great day, day 2 of Devolution Conference, where today we are going to move from paper to practice. We are moving from the written to the practice. And we will be focusing on Chapter 4 of the Constitution, which ambitions great things on human rights, the Bill of Rights. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 years after we passed the Constitution, we'll be processing the extent to which our counties can become the center of practice of ensuring that Kenyans can get rights. And ladies and gentlemen, I know we are missing one more of our panelists, and I believe, Michelle, that's what you want to announce. Yes.
My bad. And so, ladies and gentlemen, also on the panel this morning is Counsel Duncan Okello. He's an Associate Director of the Kenya Judiciary Academy. Mr. Okello is a political scientist, a lawyer, and an international relations specialist. He recently concluded his tenure as a commissioner at the Kenya Law Reform and currently serves as Associate Director at the Kenya Judiciary Academy. Mr. Duncan Okello. A round of applause for him, please.
Karibu sana, Bwana Duncan Okello. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have with me a very distinguished panel of experts, practitioners, and people that have walked the talk of constitutionalism in Kenya. I want to start with you, Honorable our governor, and I would like to ask you to reflect back. You have been at the forefront of pushing for human rights. You have also been associated with the second liberation of our country. I want you to reflect on particularly the Bill of Rights and tell us, do you think as a country we have made steps forward or are we making steps back? Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. It's a big panel. I'm honored to be with the colleagues I see here, and I'll try to be as brief as possible. One, I think it is a great achievement that Kenya had a constitution like the one we have, which is part of Chapter 4 of the Constitution. And if you look at Article 19 of the Constitution, it talks about the centrality of the Bill of Rights. It states that the Bill of Rights is an integral part of the Kenya's democratic state. Now, without taking too much time, if you look at the main, human rights concerns and which rights are there in the Constitution, even if you look at the order in which they're spelled out in the Constitution, the right to life, the right to dignity, the right to the security of the person, the right to privacy, the right to the freedom of expression, and the right of assembly and demonstration. If I just take that lot of rights and examine what has happened to those rights in the last 10 years or so, I think we can generally say we are not there yet. We are constantly experiencing a situation where the state is constantly invading into these rights, and without the vigilance of the people, it is so easy in the Kenyan situation to make one step ahead and 2 steps back. But my comfort is that our constitution has stayed intact. If you are aware, during the constitution-making process, before it went to the people, it was taken to Parliament for consideration. Parliament considered nearly 100 amendments to the Constitution, and ever since, there have been attempts to amend the Constitution. I think it is part of our achievement that this Constitution has remained intact, and particularly the Bill of Rights. It is important that all of us realize the centrality of the human rights. It pervades our life, and it is found from the very beginning clauses of the Constitution right up to the last clauses of the Constitution, so that we can build monuments, we can build roads, but without respecting human rights, we cannot build the kind of society which is spelled out in Article 3 of the Constitution, that we are a democratic, multi-party state. And I want to end up by giving this example. If you go to a place like Russia, somebody like Joseph Stalin built a lot of monuments, which you can see up to now. If you go to South Africa, you can point monuments that the evil regime of apartheid left behind. But because of their human rights record, that record is still a permanent feature of the leadership of Stalin and the leadership of the racist regime in South Africa. And the main concern for us as a country now, and looking at what I saw in the front pages of papers today, we must always be careful that building a nation is not a brick and mortar kind of exercise. What is important and what is spelled out in our preamble, what is spelled out in Article 10 of the Constitution about principles and values of good governance, is that there are some core values that must become an integral part of our democratic state. And central to it is human rights. Thank you.
Asante sana. Indeed, central to the foundation of a nation is human rights. I want to turn to you, Millie, Honorable Millie Adhiambo. You have been known to be a fighter for human rights, especially for the vulnerable person. You are now sitting in Parliament, and we've just heard the protector of the Constitution primarily is the Parliament. Now, I want you to reflect on what the governor has said, and particularly looking at the whole issue of Chapter 43, socioeconomic rights. And tell us, what do you think? Do you think Parliament can play a role to ensure that our counties deliver on this right? Because these are the tangible rights that Kenyans are asking for.
Good morning, and maybe I can start off by saying that since I come from the lakeside, I heard you introducing Senator Mungatana by saying he's a PhD student. So I must also say that I'm a PhD student on governance and leadership. But do I say? But having said that, I just want to say that what Honorable Orengo has spoken to largely is issues of civil and political rights. And you're asking me to talk about social and economic rights. And I want to say that I was born and raised in this town. When I was born and raised, it was a small and dusty town. I grew up not too far from here, where my younger years, on a street that has now been named William Ruto Street. And I was born after independence, and our parents spoke about how colonialists took away our rights and our dignity. And on the street that I grew up in, there were street lights. But then there were other amenities that were missing. But there was promise that was ripe for change, especially because the colonialists had gone away. But with the time, instead of us seeing positive move, we were actually regressing. And I'm a writer. So I started writing a novel called The Things We Lost with Freedom, because I thought we had got freedom and lost with freedom. And it's a paradox, because then we were fighting so hard to remove the colonialists and ended up losing in the process. And I was looking at it in contradiction with countries where the colonialists stayed longer, like South Africa and Zimbabwe. And you could see that they had progressed in certain things because of that. And I think it's an uncomfortable truth that a lot of us as Africans leaders don't want to deal with. That when we have been given our freedom, instead of using our freedom for progress, we use our freedom for regress. But I want to say that, fortunately, I have been forced to halt writing my book. And it is a tragedy because I've had to halt it only because of the last probably a few years in Homabay, 3-4 years in Homabay. And the reason I halted it is because the reason I was writing this book is that I'd hoped to see the hospital bigger, better, offering better services. But it was worse than the hospital where I was born and raised in. It had gotten worse. I'd hoped the roads were tarmacked. The roads were not tarmacked. They were getting worse. Everything that we saw, we had running water in the house. There was no more running water in the house. So I was like, so why did we want freedom anyway? But that's why I'm saying it's changing in the last few years. And you can credit that to a deliberate effort by the national government towards inclusion of this area that has been marginalized for years because of being in opposition, and which is a tragedy, that we don't look at issues of inclusion and governance. You know, civil and political rights really marry a lot with social and economic rights. Because if you are not in government, then you are not served. So I would actually want to challenge our government to ensure that it doesn't matter whether people are in opposition or not, include every part of the country in development. And that is why a lot of my friends, I'm here with my friends who I told them I want you to come and experience Homabay. In the crowd here I have my friend who is from Nyandarua. And she was telling me, how come many places you hear people saying 1 term, and here people are just jumping saying 2 term. And I told her, if you go around here, you are seeing the roads. All these roads in reality are new. And it shouldn't be that way. It should be that development is there, and I make my decision independent of that road based on other governance facets. So what am I saying in summary? I'm saying that with the devolution, again, we are seeing now things changing. The governor for Homabay told us yesterday that the county government is already doing an emergency wing unit for Homabay Hospital. So that's a positive change. There are many dispensaries that are coming up in the county. That's a positive change with the devolution. So our challenge, especially as governors, is we have opportunity with the devolution for purposes of social and economic rights to change the trajectory of our own counties, to bring healthcare, to bring water, ensure there's access to water, healthcare, and services. But then, of course, again, Honorable Rengo will tell you justice delayed is justice denied. Most of us think of it in terms of civil and political rights. But in this case, the justice delayed would be how quickly do governors get money from the, the national. How quickly does the money come? And for the first time, I'm happy that, and you'll confirm to us, that the CS Treasury has said that for the first time, the money has come all the money has come in time. Because again, even if you say that you are allocating money to governors and it comes, late, then it affects planning and the delivery of service. Otherwise, what I can say as a country, that we kind of had a seesaw, but in civil and in social and economic rights, our greatest hope is with the counties working effectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Millie, I want to push a little on that, and maybe to encourage you to finish your book as a PhD student. But I also want to push a little bit on that. You talked about, we were colonized, we were left with something, we lost it. The second liberation was the Constitution. So how do we go about making sure we don't lose momentum? Because what you're speaking to is actually lost momentum. We seem to gain it, then we lose it. So how do we ensure we do not lose momentum? And how do we sustain that which you're speaking to now? You're saying things are changing. We can see in Homabay, you're telling us the hospital you're born in is much, much better now. But how do we make sure we don't lose it?
I think for me, it's about holding the leaders accountable. And there are different arms, and that's why I'm glad that we have civil society as well, but also the National Assembly as well, and the Senate as well. And the senators would really help us by ensuring that we hold our counties accountable. And the National Assembly would help us by ensuring we hold the executive accountable. And the civil society would help us by holding the members of parliament accountable. So it's about vigilance and accountability. And if we don't sustain that vigilance and accountability, then we would regress. And one of the things that I love about the Constitution, as Honorable Orengo has indicated, can you imagine even the recent challenges we had as a country if we did not have the Constitution? It would be a tragedy that you find somebody shoots, like the guy with the mask who was shot. And if we didn't have a constitution, what would be his recourse? Yeah, of course, we hope that cases of these extrajudicial killings would stop. But because you have a constitution, you can see that now there is even a talk about compensation, which I really welcome. And maybe just to also inform you that I'm the one who came up with the Victim Protection Act. And I'm glad that we are amending it to provide a stronger framework for compensation. But we need to not have. I'd be happy if the law I passed is ineffective because we are effective as a government, so that nobody needs to be compensated. That's my dream, that nobody needs to be compensated. But unfortunately, because you have rogue people, like the guy who shot the mask, and the tragedy is he's a very young guy. He's himself a very young guy, and he shot this guy. And now it's a loss which we don't. One life lost is one life too many. So for me, I think anchorage on the Constitution is what we need. Vigilance in ensuring the Constitution is implemented is what we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, accountability to the Constitution must be what we pursue as a nation. And speaking to that, Honorable Mungatana, you're from Tana River, another PhD student, and listening to what Millie is saying, she's saying, if it has to work, there has to be accountability. Senate is an oversight organ. How would that organ go about oversighting counties to ensure that they are really drivers, practically so, of socioeconomic rights and human rights?
Oh, thank you very much. First of all, I want to really say how happy I am being in Homabay today. I took a morning jog on your way to Zero. And the enthusiasm of the people, I was amazed at how beautiful this place is, the hills, the greenery, it's so nice. And I thought if our girls came here, they won't go back to Tana River. So you're welcome to come to Tana River. It's beautiful. And I saw there's a lot of religion. I saw people on the river there wearing white. I think they were doing baptism or something. And people who are doing overnight prayer meetings. So I think there's a lot of prayer. Maybe this is one reason why Gladys Wanga, governor, is succeeding so well. I think people have a lot of faith and enthusiasm. As I was running there, I just had Muzungu, Muzungu. I told them, no, mimi ni Mswahili. And they all laughed, I don't know. But it's beautiful. Thank you so much to be here. The weather is fantastic. Except that the sun, it comes late. I think it was rising a bit late from our side, and it goes down a bit later. I don't know. It gets time to get used to the place, but it's beautiful. Thank you, the people of Homabay, and I love my stay so far. Maybe to go back to what we are saying about accountability. May I just say, first of all, before I say about accountability, how, for me, my experience of democracy and human rights, from the time that we were in university, in the Law Society, and then because we were in leadership in the Law Society at university, and then the Law Society of Kenya, and people like James, Paul Muite, were all ahead of us. They were our heroes. And it's a great pleasure that when I got elected first time, I sat in the same parliament with Paul Muite. Later on, we sat with James and other people who are in the fight for liberation. For I've seen it from the time when we were in university that you could not seat 5 people and discuss anything before some secret police people arrest you. It was so bad those days. You could not gather before you are told you are writing Mwakenyas and you are subject to, investigations. I remember things were very, very tight in those days. Even just holding a small demonstration. I was in leadership of the Law Society in Mombasa. And I remember we were just protesting against what we thought was the neglect by the second president then, Moi, because he was doing nothing. And there was a lot of problems in Tana River County. People were fighting, and the president, those days, when he says something, it happens. And he was doing nothing. So we called Paul Muite to come and address us. We called Khelef Khalifa. We were in that human rights space. And just to demonstrate, just to walk, to show that we are disappointed, just to walk on the main streets to present a petition at the PC's place. We were being arrested, chased. Nowadays, things have changed. We have walked a long way from where we were. We have a new constitution. I was part of that making of the deal that brought the new constitution in Nakuru. Naivasha? And we got a new constitution. Now, when we got the new constitution, we got the governors. So let me speak as a senator. That the governors are very happy with senators when we are fighting for an increase of the funds that is called equitable share that comes to the governors. And this year, we got 405 billion that is coming down to the 47 counties. And this is an increase of 26.7 billion that is coming down to the 47 counties. Governors are always happy when we are fighting for an increment for the equitable share. But then when we are talking about accountability of these funds, accountability of the utilization of these funds, governors start spreading the rumors that we want to overthrow them. We are planning an impeachment motion. We are against them. This senator wants to come to my seat. Well, this is the problem we are having. What Millie is saying, that it is not yet independent. You know, when she was writing her book, that things are deteriorating with new officers. It is true, because the governors do not want to be told, here you are wrong, here you are misusing funds, here the funding that ought to be, because you see, as a senator, it's not my business and it is not my part of my constitutional mandate to plan for how the budget will be utilized. I fight for the money to come. When the money comes to Tana River County, it is the responsibility of the governor to make sure that that money goes to health, that money goes to the roads that they are responsible for, basic education, it goes to the salaries and all that planning. But then after that, the Auditor General comes and makes a report. And that report is the one that we do oversight. We call it secondary oversight. The primary oversight is supposed to be with the MCAs. The secondary oversight is supposed to be with us. And we try to do the best we can. But every time you are doing real-time oversight, like you visit a hospital and you visit a market that is being constructed to show that maybe there's no value for money, the governors are up in arms. So, in terms of going forward, I really want to emphasize this, that our county governments, for them to sustain development, they must allow proper oversight. They must not look at the Senate as enemies. They must not look at members of county assemblies as enemies. These are the people who are telling you, look, we allocated this amount of money for sports. There's nothing happening. We allocated this amount of money for health. There's nothing happening. I mean, I've just come from a fight with my governor because in the 2024-2025 budget, we allocated 18.6% of the budget for health. That comes to something like 1.23 billion that goes to that. And then when you look at what our people are saying, there's nothing going on with the hospitals. Yesterday, Honorable Governor, His Excellency Kangata here, was demonstrating how in Muranga County, he is able to tell, using digital technology, how many people have gone to hospital, even as he's sitting here, what diseases they are being examined for, how much, medicine has moved from the pharmacies across Muranga County, where the vehicles are. This is where we should be going. And I really want to agree with Honorable Millie that we need to be honest, and transparency must be 100% in governance. And the only way is to use digital technology so that we are able to tell governors must stop thinking this money is theirs. They must think again that what this money came for is for the people. And they must also agree with us when we say Kangata is doing a good job, because we are able to see how many vehicles, he was here yesterday, how many vehicles are in the county, which one is parked at a bar. So even the drivers have behaved properly. Even the rate of accidents, county vehicles, has reduced because of transparency. So, in terms of sustaining the development, I think we need to have a reset in our minds. Senators are not here to fight you. Members of county assemblies are not fighting you. We are doing something called oversight, which is to simply ask the question, Your Excellency, the Governor, you allocated 650 million for water. There is no water project. Where is the money? So I think we need to have a reset in our minds. I really think that if oversight mechanisms are properly applied, then the counties will start being accountable for the monies that come to them, and these systems will sustain themselves. And let me say something about human rights at the county level. Most governors do not like human rights defenders. They don't like them because these people are the ones who go and tell them the truth. They are the ones who file petitions in county assembly to ask questions, you know. and they don't support them. So what can governors and the county assemblies do? We in the Senate, we receive the petitions that say, oh, our land has been taken, oh, this has been done, and we have done our bit. Even yesterday, we went here to Ndiwa, hapa kwa hii Sukari's industry, to go and look at our committee on lands, to look at issues on pollution after we finished here with the official opening. We are doing our bit, but the important bit, I think, is to support those human rights organizations. We should have a budget that says we are going to support CSOs that are talking about women rights in Tana River County, children rights in Tana River County, something like that. But governors across the country, they are not bothered with human rights people operating in this space. So for me, I am making an appeal that at the county level, we need to reset our minds. We need to say that we are all working together for the people. And then we need to be inclusive by helping the CSOs to come into government space by saying, supporting the civil society organizations to be able to say what they see so that we can improve. When you tell me your trouser is not ironed, it doesn't mean that you don't like me. Governor, I'm just telling you, iron your trouser next time. Isn't that so? If I tell you your shirt is creased, I'm not saying I don't like your shirt. I'm just saying iron your shirt the next time. So let us have a reset so that at the county levels, we include the civil society organization. We work with the members of the county assembly. We work with the senators. Many senators may not be running for governorship. And so we should not look at senators as people who are threatening you. No, we are simply doing our work. And I think that attitude, if it's accepted, we are going to have stronger counties. We are going to have better human rights records within the counties, and we are going to have stronger civil society organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think one of the conversations that is obtaining is the place of transparency, accountability, to be able to uphold constitutional rights. And now I want to turn to you, Khalid, as a prominent practitioner in human rights and civil society, in the civil society area. If you could very, very quickly tell us, the relationship you've had with counties, as Bwana Mungatana said, seems to be very adversarial. Is there any way we can be more intentional in working with county governments to be able to pursue these rights and to ensure that Kenyans can get socioeconomic rights? Very, very quickly, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And it's a pleasure for me to be here. Thank you to Council of Governors for giving civil society and human rights practitioners at the grassroots an opportunity to share our thoughts on this very important subject. It's true what Senator Mungatana has alluded to, that in many counties today, county governments perceive civil society as an enemy. And all we do is to play our role as civil society, as NGOs, as CBOs, as social justice centers. We have a responsibility to hold those in power accountable. And that responsibility has even become more pronounced, especially when traditional institutions that are meant to also support in holding leaders accountable are not doing that anymore. From the grassroots to the national level, we are seeing institutions eroding their public trust. And as civil society, we've continued, number one, not just to hold those accountable to book, but also those who are supposed to supervise to also do the same. So even as we speak, we know the responsibilities of the Senate. The Senate has a duty to ensure accountability, as the Senator has alluded to, the secondary responsibility. We hold the opposition also to account because they also have a duty. And when you're a party in opposition and then you decide to go to bed with the government of the day, you are diluting your responsibility as an opposition party. So we also have to hold those institutions accountable. And for me, I think when we adopted the new constitution in 2010, devolution was a promise that everyone had so much hopes in. Unfortunately, and as we make reference to the Auditor General's report, you will find that that promise has somehow turned into plunder. Every other day, every year, you hear of mismanagement of resources, ghost workers, unaccounted or unsupported expenditure. And this is something that as civil society, we are very, very worried about. And we feel that devolution can play a bigger and better role than what we are seeing currently. County governments have the primary mandate to deliver on Article 43 of the Constitution. You know, socio-economic rights. This new constitution made the right to healthcare. Gave us the healthcare as a right to food, right to clean water, and all these things. And these are supposed to be delivered primarily by the county governments. That's why for us, we are very much, zeroing down on county governments because the promise was with those county governments. And when we see in the streets, dilapidated infrastructure, we are not seeing the promises that were made, then we get extremely, extremely frustrated. And it's not just civil society, it's the population out there. Many people feel that, county governments are not delivering on their mandates. Every time you go to county governments, the services are never there. You find that county governments mainly divert resources either to governors' homes, to county executives. It becomes a pool or a party for a few to benefit from the county government resources. But the larger population remains unserviced or, not truly getting the fruits of devolution. So we feel that, time has come for us to consider restructuring the devolution structure that we have in this country. It is our firm belief that we over-devolved. 47 is, economically unsustainable, politically not viable, and it's about time we have use the experience, 15 years of experience, to review the devolution structure that we have so that we can then put into account our experiences to make sure that we are able to do that. And as I conclude, one very clear proposal that we are making is to reduce the number of devolved units. 47 is just too much. We need to reconsider that, either halving it at most, or maybe even having a minimum of 8, so that we can have more resources dedicated to service delivery, as opposed to paying 47 governors, paying 47 county assemblies, and all this, all those resources can be better channeled to provide services to the common mwananchi.
Great, thank you very much. I think one of the things you've highlighted is after 15 years, we need to come back and ask ourselves, how is it working? Now, I want to turn to another oversight agency, and this is NGEC, and ask, how would we translate this to national values? Because the ideal would be if good practice became norm and became a national value. You did a study not so long ago on national values and how counties are actually implementing that. Would you please speak to it very, very quickly?
Thank you, Jackie. Allow me to appreciate the panel. Unlike yesterday, it is a very inclusive panel. We have a 50-50 representation. As a commission, we were very concerned yesterday that out of all the speakers, we only had 2 female. That is, the first session had only Senator Muma, and I think the afternoon had only Governor Gladys Wanga. So I'd like to congratulate you today. Having said that, from National Gender and Equality Commission, of course, we are a constitutional commission established pursuant to Article 59(4) of the Constitution of Kenya. And our main mandate is to promote gender equality and to ensure freedom from discrimination. And therefore, we have worked closely with the county government because out of our 16 mandate, as you have rightly put it, one of it is to ensure that the principles of equality and inclusion is adhered to by both the national and the county government. For a decade, we conducted monitoring, and therefore we noted gaps and gains. And I would like to put my presentation into three. I will start with the representation. In terms of representation, we have been having a progressive growth, especially in representation of female in county assemblies, where at least the basic minimum of 33.3% is met. However, there is no effort to increase the representation to 50. Therefore, we have an opportunity to do better. Also, in terms of representations of youth, progressively from 2017 to 2022, we have seen an increase of numbers of youth elected to county assemblies from 317 to 349 in 2022. Also, persons with disability, as Commission, we have noted that almost half the county assembly have representation of persons with disability in the assemblies. And I would like to appreciate the governor of Siaya, is one of the counties with persons with disability in their assembly. Again, another indicator is protection of the vulnerables, especially women, from harmful cultural practices such as FGM, gender-based violence. Again, there is a progress. However, the gap is that we are seeing increase of femicide. Some counties are still practicing retrogressive practices such as FGM. Therefore, we have an opportunity to do better. Thirdly, we also audited in areas of access to services, especially public participation, which is a constitutional requirement. I think that is an avenue where we could do better as a counties. There is a report that it is more or less like a token or organized participation. Therefore, going forward, we would like to see a citizen having a lot of say and participation. What do we do as National Gender and Equality Commission to ensure that all these values of Article 10 is adhered to? We do a lot of collaboration with counties. We support the CECs and MCAs to train them on the values of Article 10. We support the county government to develop policies. I think over 35% of counties have policies, gender-based violence policies, PWD inclusion policies, and other policies that is relevant to inclusion. Likewise, we also train the clerks of the national assemblies to be more sensitive, especially when it comes to issues of budgeting, to ensure that the special interest group is protected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What we are hearing is it's happening, but it could do better. One of the areas of inclusion you have highlighted is gender. But one of the most excluded is actually young women. Now, I have with me Ms. Bolo, who is the chairperson of Young Women Leaders Connect. What does it look like for young people? And what would you speak to the leaders on this panel on how best to include young people, especially young women?
Thank you so much for that. I think I'd like to start from the point on transparency and accountability that I think Senator Mbongatana spoke to. And it amazes me that every time there is a governor who has just come in, when you're in their meeting, the first thing you'll hear them say is, you know, when we came in, we didn't find structures. We are still putting up structures. And so very recently, after the 2022 election, our pain point was we cannot even ask for certain accountability because the response is then going to be, we have just finished putting up structures, so now is when we want to start working, 1, 2, 3 years down the line. And so what that does is, as young women specifically, when we want to put the governments to task, and even county assembly to task on certain things and certain issues, you can't get a response because they already have a defense mechanism of how they are going to respond to you. They also still don't have certain policies. It would come as a shock to many that up to now, we still have county assemblies that don't have a sexual harassment policy. It's only until recently that a number of them were still doing it. So as a young woman, when you're going to a member of county assembly, for example, to try and engage them on the issues on sexual harassment within your ward or within your area, how do you begin when they themselves don't even have a document that they can use in protecting you, a document that they can use when they are going into the county assembly? How do you begin that conversation? And so I think for young women, it starts from the point of dialogue. We do not have we don't have enough systems for dialogue. We don't have enough systems to even try and question the various legislators that are there. A lot of counties right now don't have working websites. Very recently, we were having a dialogue forum in one of the counties, and a young woman stood up and asked, why is it that we don't have a sexual harassment policy? And the member of county assembly in the county said, no, we have it. Go to the website and check. We actually have a lot of progressive gender bills that we are doing. You will find them on the website. But to their surprise, the website was not working. And so how do you follow up on the mechanism you have been sent to go and check on and contribute towards? I think the other issue is public participation is not, it is being done just to look like it has happened. So to talk about the structure of it, if I'm a young woman and I'm a lactating mother, it's going to be very difficult for me to get there because the environment is not suitable for young people, for young mothers. So you find that they don't have an area where they can say lactating mothers are free to sit here, or we are able to get minders for the young children. So what I'll do is I'll stay home. I will not go for that session. Then if you're maybe working, because look at most of the public participation forums are done during weekdays. So if I am working, then I'm not able to attend the public participation forum. I have to choose between making my bread or going to participate in decision making. So if we are able to incorporate civic participation, we have apps like Civic Voices that are able to tell people, these are the public participation forums that are happening, this is where it's happening, should you want to give your views, this is how you can give your views. That way, even if I'm not able to be there physically, I am able to at least follow up and see this is what people discuss and this is what has happened. And this is the areas that we can do better. I think another area is the relationship between senators and governors. A lot of times, if the senator and the governor are from the same party or from the same coalition, then very rarely will you hear oversight discussions. But if they are from different camps, then the excuse, especially from the executive, then becomes, I wanted to do A, B, C, and D, but the politics from the senator has stopped me. So again, that makes it also very difficult to question some of their gains and some of their losses, because then the issue becomes very political and moves away from what the tangible issue is. I think lastly is also to talk about the voices of young women. So when you go to, there are certain forums that we know are designated for the wazes, let me say, the traditional elders. We know women have the chamas, the jumuiya, but as a young woman, when you want to go to the chama, most of the time the women will tell you, you have your own duties as young women. Go and get your own caucuses as young women. And when you go to the areas where the youth are supposed to be socializing, then the young men will not expect you to be there because that is their space. They want to dominate. So you find that young women fall through the cracks because then they don't exactly have a particular area where they can belong, where they can, voice out what some of their issues are.
Thank you very much. I think hearing that you've talked about policy, but you've also talked about many false starts, especially in inclusion of younger person. I want to turn to you, Council Okello. You have had very good practice in terms of reform, especially at the judiciary level. Are there lessons you can share very, very quickly in a minute or so that you could share that counties can borrow in terms of how to meaningfully achieve these rights for citizens? Very quickly, sir.
Thank you very much. You'll just give me a minute before I talk about the law and the judiciary, to talk about economics. In a minute, because we are talking about socio-economic rights, which is a very developmental term. My view, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. My view is that we'll only realize socio-economic rights if we satisfy two considerations. One, we must get the conceptual and philosophical basis of rights correctly. These are not gifts. They are at the center of human dignity. And that requires a major mental shift to embrace the very citizen-centric constitution that we have and not a state-centric constitution that we had before. So there needs to be a mental shift among duty bearers on the question of right within the context of Kenya in 2025. Then the second consideration is we must get the empirical and the strategic and the financial right. That's a second precondition. And what do I mean? Socioeconomic rights plays out on the fourth schedule, which is what Khalid was talking about. Devolved units are a major agent of realizing socioeconomic rights. And a lot of jurisprudence around the Bill of Rights has also emerged through contestations around devolution. Now, if we do not complete the transfer of functions to devolved governments, that process is incomplete, it's inchoate. And the best illustration is in health and agriculture. And I'll just give you two figures and one anecdote. So if we do not complete that transfer, and we also do not sufficiently support county government financially, then we are likely to face constant trouble with respect to socioeconomic rights. But also, if we do not have corresponding accountability that is robust, then it doesn't matter how much money you give to counties. The reason why I'm saying this is if you look at health, or if you look at overall allocation of sharing revenue, it has been declining. The national budget is increasing, the equitable share of revenue is declining. It was at 17.3% in 2022, it was at 15% in 23, 14% in 24, and 14.3% in 25. So the decline of the equitable share of revenue runs opposite to the increase in the total budget from 2.1 trillion in 2022 to 2.8 trillion. That's number one. Number two, and this is where the bigger story is. So first of all, we are below the constitutional threshold. But number two, if you look at the allocation to health and agriculture, which are effectively devolved functions, if you look at the fourth schedule, and those are the socioeconomic rights arena, that is where the real story is, and we should be worried about it. If you look at that data, since 2013, I did the math here, since 2013, the total amount of money that has gone to agriculture is 851 billion. Counties have received 194 billion. National government, 657. So counties, agriculture is devolved, but they have received 23% of agriculture allocation. Health is 50-50, yet health is also largely devolved. That tells you that the incomplete nature of the transfer of functions to county government will continue to undermine their ability to realize socioeconomic rights. That's the first thing I wanted to say. Then on the judiciary transformation that you talked about, yes, this is a key institution, realization of rights. In 2011, when we came in, we had 16 high court stations in the whole country. Today, there are about 45 high court stations. We had 53 judges throughout the country. Today, we have 190 judges throughout the country. In this county, you had to go to Kisii to access a high court judge. For those who know this county, from Nyakach to Isibania, there was only one judge in Kisii. That has changed. We have judges here, we have judges in Migori, and so on and so forth. So we increased the number of judicial officers to just improve the access to justice. There are many other things that are going on which may help with inclusion and socioeconomic rights. One, if I may say very quickly, the Small Claims Court. It was set up almost 3 years ago. As of now, it has had 294,000 cases, which says that there was suppressed demand for justice. And for me, that is a frontier for work. Number two, we have the alternative justice system mechanisms that the judiciary is rolling out, which is a very good alternative framework for resolving disputes quickly and in a cheaper manner. So very quickly, those are just two things that are happening in the judiciary that I think are key in helping realize socioeconomic rights at a very basic community level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, time is not on our side, so we need to be closing the panel. But I think hearing all that, I just wanted very quickly to ask Governor Orengo, what new practice would counties then adopt that would help in realization of these rights? Very quickly, sir.
I think, first of all, let me make a general comment about some of the things that have come up because they have been directed to counties. There should be no apology about accountability. That is a requirement of the Constitution. And Mr. Khalid, my friend, whenever you are oversighting counties, either as a government institution or a civil organization, that is provided in the Constitution. And you should not whine about it. And I want to remind Governor Mungatana that you have the tools. If I'm summoned by the Senate and I do not appear in the Senate has tools to punish any infractions to legitimate processes that are being conducted by the Senate, either as an oversight body or as a legislative body. But overall, I want to say devolution is the way forward. Whether you live in the West, the East, or South, or North, you would find that the most productive, successful countries are those who are devolved. Whether they are big or small, they could be as small as Switzerland, or as big as China, or as big as the United States of America. And what Mr. Okello has said, I think it's where the problem that we have in this country, that whereas we glorify devolution, but what we do really means that we are still not committed to it. If you take a country like the United States of America, if you take those states separately, California, New York, Illinois, they are an integral part of a bigger economy, but even on their own, they contribute greatly to the national economy and even to the world economy. So we should not have any doubts that the future is really with devolution. And in Kenya, the problem is that this national government is still not quite in tandem with the promises of this constitution that in order to bring power to the people, in order to take resources to the people, if you look at Chapter 11, you look at Article 174, it is the mechanism that the Constitution has established for taking power to the people and to take the resources to the people. And the tragedy is today, particularly on social and economic rights, as Mrs. Okello has pointed out, the resources that should be going to the counties are mostly still with the national government. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me clap for the panelists who've done a very good job in the very tight time. What I've heard them say is accountability is non-negotiable. It is good practice. It's good manners. We must be accountable. We've also agreed that the Constitution is the foundation and we must mature it. We must respect it. They've said oversight is important and the oversight organs and tools need to be applied. But we've also said for this to happen and sustainability of development, we must be innovative and inclusive. Ladies and gentlemen, my sincere apologies. This would have been the best conversation if it lasted 5 hours because we needed to ask more questions, but we all overslept because this is Homabay, the home of fish. We had a little too much to eat and didn't make it too early. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You can still ask the panelists when they come back the questions you may be holding. Thank you.
All right, let's appreciate them once more. That is a great thought-provoking conversation there by Ms. Jackie Mbogo. She is the moderator as well as Chief of Party UK Aid Reinvent Program. We've also had His Excellency Governor James Orengo, Governor Siaya County, Honorable Millie Grace Odhiambo, Member of Parliament for Suba North Constituency, Senator Honorable Danson Mungatana, Senator for Tana River County, Honorable Rehema Jaldesa, Chairperson, National Gender and Equality Commission, Mr. Hussein Hali, the CEO of Vocal Africa, as well as Council Duncan Okolo, Associate Director of the Kenya Judiciary Academy, and Ms. Ruth Bolo Okul, the Chairperson of the Young Women Leaders Connect. And as we always do, let's have them take a group photo for this second plenum. In the interest of time, we now move on to our side events happening in the designated breakout areas. Please check your program to see which sessions you'd like to attend. Here in the main hall, we have a session by the Digital Health Authority on the role of digitization in healthcare in promoting social equity, justice, and inclusion. If you want to be in that side event, do stay in the main hall. But a very important, something important to note, that we will convene right here in the main hall at exactly 12:30 p.m. for a high-level session with our guest speaker, retired Honorable former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. It is a high-level session you do not want to miss, so please be back here and seated by 12:30 p.m. Good afternoon. For the delegates and the dignitaries that will be accompanying former retired Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Thank you.
Kipindi cha burudani tayari kumkaribisha Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Muziki taratibu bila jasho.
Lisa.
I think, first of all, let me make a general comment about some of the things that have come up because they have been directed to counties. There should be no apology about accountability. That is a requirement of the Constitution. And Mr. Khalid, my friend, whenever you are oversighting counties, either as a government institution or a civil organization, that is provided in the Constitution. And you should not whine about it. And I want to remind Governor Mungatana that you have the tools. If I'm summoned by the Senate and I do not appear in the Senate has tools to punish any infractions to legitimate processes that are being conducted by the Senate, either as an oversight body or as a legislative body. But overall, I want to say devolution is the way forward. Whether you live in the West, the East, or South, or North, you would find that the most productive, successful countries are those who are devolved, whether they are big or small. They could be as small as Switzerland, or as big as China, or as big as the United States of America. And what Mr. Okello has said, I think it's where the problem that we have in this country, that whereas we glorify devolution, but what we do really means that we are still not committed to it. If you take a country like the United States of America, if you take those states separately, California, New York, Illinois, they are an integral part of a bigger economy, but even on their own, they contribute greatly to the national economy and even to the world economy. So we should not have any doubts that the future is really with devolution. And in Kenya, the problem is that this national government is still not quite in tandem with the promises of this constitution, that in order to bring power to the people, in order to take resources to the people, if you look at Chapter 11, you look at Article 174, it is the mechanism that the Constitution has established for taking power to the people and to take the resources to the people. And the tragedy is today, particularly on social and economic rights, as Mrs. Okello has pointed out, the resources that should be going to the counties are mostly still with the national government. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me clap for the panelists who've done a very good job in the very tight time.
About the law and the judiciary, to talk about economics. In a minute, about socio-economic rights, which is a very developmental term. My view, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. My view is that we'll only realize socio-economic rights if we satisfy two considerations. One, we must get the conceptual and philosophical basis of rights correctly. These are not gifts. They are at the center of human dignity. And that requires a major mental shift to embrace the very citizen-centric constitution that we have, and not a state-centric constitution that we had before. So there needs to be a mental shift among duty bearers on the question of right within the context of Kenya in 2025. Then the second consideration is we must get the empirical and the strategic and the financial right. That's a second precondition. And what do I mean? Socioeconomic rights plays out on the fourth schedule, which is what Khalid was talking about. Devolved units are a major agent of realizing socioeconomic rights. And a lot of jurisprudence around the Bill of Rights has also emerged through contestations around devolution. Now, if we do not complete the transfer of functions to devolved governments, that process is incomplete, it's inchoate. And the best illustration is in health and agriculture. And I'll just give you two figures and one anecdote. So if we do not complete that transfer, and we also do not sufficiently support county government financially, then we are likely to face constant trouble with respect to socioeconomic rights. But also, if we do not have corresponding accountability that is robust, then it doesn't matter how much money you give to counties. The reason why I'm saying this is if you look at health, or if you look at overall allocation of sharing revenue, it has been declining. The national budget is increasing. The equitable share of revenue is declining. It was at 17.3% in 2022. It was at 15% in 23, 14% in 24, and 14.3% in 25. So the decline of the equitable share of revenue runs opposite to the increase in the total budget from 2.1 trillion in 2022 to 2.8 trillion. That's number one. Number two, and this is where the bigger story is. So first of all, we are below the constitutional threshold. But number two, if you look at the allocation to health and agriculture, which are effectively devolved functions, if you look at the fourth schedule, and those are the socioeconomic rights arena, that is where the real story is, and we should be worried about it. If you look at that data, since 2013, I did the math here, since 2013, the total amount of money that has gone to agriculture is 851 billion. Counties have received 194 billion. National government, 657. So counties, agriculture is devolved, but they have received 23% of agriculture allocation. Health is 50-50, yet health is also largely devolved. That tells you that the incomplete nature of the transfer of functions to county government will continue to undermine their ability to realize socioeconomic rights. That's the first thing I wanted to say. Then on the judiciary transformation that you talked about, yes, this is a key institution, realization of rights. In 2011, when it came in, we had 16 high court stations in the whole country. Today, there are about 45 high court stations. We had 53 judges throughout the country. Today, we have 190 judges throughout the country. In this county, you had to go to Kisii to access a high court judge. For those who know this county, from Nyakach to Isibania, there was only one judge in Kisii. That has changed. We have judges here, we have judges in Migori, and so on and so forth. So we increased the number of judicial officers to just improve the access to justice. There are many other things that are going on which may help with inclusion and socioeconomic rights. One, if I may say very quickly, the small claims court. It was set up almost 3 years ago. As of now, it has had 294,000 cases, which says that there was suppressed demand for justice. And for me, that is a frontier for work. Number two, we have the alternative justice system mechanisms that the judiciary is rolling out, which is a very good alternative framework for resolving disputes quickly and in a cheaper manner. So very quickly, those are just two things that are happening in the judiciary that I think are key in helping realize socioeconomic rights at a very basic community level.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, time is not on our side, so we need to be closing the panel. But I think hearing all that, I just wanted very quickly to ask Governor Orengo, what new practice?
to level 6 hospitals, the system is powered by shared health records, claims management, and logistics services, creating a seamless patient experience.
Everything is linked. The Kenya National Health Information Exchange connects over 8 digital registries including Client Registry, Facility Registry, Health Worker Registry,
Community Health Unit Registry, Terminology Services, and Shared Health Records. Medicines are tracked end-to-end using the National Logistics Management System, ensuring no stockouts and full accountability.
Access your health records anytime, anywhere through the Taifa Care Patient Portal.
The goal: universal health coverage that's affordable, accessible, and efficient.
ACHIS ensures that even at the community level, healthcare is smart and data-driven.
All of this protected by world-class cybersecurity and data protection standards.
This
Excellency the Governor, this is the
It's time to start. I call upon everybody standing here in front. Can we be seated? Good people, we are about to start. Hello? I'm watching you. I'm about to start. Can we be seated? Then we go to the next part of the presentation. Thank you.
What does the future of health in Kenya look like?
it is connected,
digital,
and made for you. No more lost records. No more carrying folders. Your fingerprint is now your health ID.
Thanks to the Ministry of Health, the Social Health Authority, and the Digital Health Agency, biometric verification is live across major hospitals.
At the heart of this revolution is the Kenya Digital Health Superhighway, a secure, smart, and integrated ecosystem.
From level 2 clinics to level 6 hospitals, the system is powered by shared health records, claims management, and logistics services, creating a seamless patient experience.
Everything is linked. The Kenya National Health Information Exchange connects over 8 digital registries including Client Registry, Facility Registry, Health Worker Registry,
Community Health Unit Registry, Terminology Services, and Shared Health Records. Medicines are tracked end-to-end using the National Logistics Management System, ensuring no stockouts and full accountability.
Access your health records anytime, anywhere through the Taifa Care Patient Portal.
The goal: universal health coverage that's affordable, accessible, and efficient.
ACHIS ensures that even at the community level, healthcare is smart and data-driven.
All of this protected by world-class cybersecurity and data protection standards.
This is the future of health in Kenya, powered by digital, driven by equity, built for every Kenyan.
At this juncture, allow me to welcome Dr. Joyce. Dr. Joyce is a technical lead from the Digital Health Agency to give us a few remarks and and welcome us to this event. Thank you, Joyce. Welcome.
Good morning. Hamjambo. Thank you so much, Dr. Dhuranira, and thank you to each one of you who has made time to come. So this is the Digital Health Agency. We are 1 year old, and we thought what better theme than to look back and look at the pains, the gains, and the opportunities. The video that you just watched summarizes our mandate and summarizes what we have been able to do, but also gives you a snippet of how the future looks like, given that our mandate is to really lead and steer the digital health transformation agenda in this country. With the leadership, under the leadership of our CEO, Engineer Lenayara, a very passionate human being, a very passionate technical team, an overall DHA team, and together with stakeholders, we look forward to seeing a time when there will be only one digital health record for every Kenyan. This is what we are calling the shared health record. This is what will enable us to get care wherever we are within this country, and we're even dreaming of a global shared health record when that time comes. We have been able to do quite a lot in the last 1 year. We have operationalized a saga. We like to say we were born and started running. So today we are particularly happy because we will also be launching our first strategic plan. And we are happy that you are here to help us say, wow, it's been 1 year, but we can see what we have done. We also have been able to work with several, we like to call them clients, the first one being the Social Health Authority. Because of the work that we've done with them, we have about approximately half of the Kenyans already registered on SHA. We are counting the numbers. We are at 25 million heading to 26 million. And we are also counting how many have paid their premiums to enable us to enable them access the Social Health Insurance Fund, where the services are mainly level 4, 5, and 6. We've also been working with the counties to digitalize the health facilities because we believe that is the foundation. When our health facilities are digitalized, a lot of these other things that we dream about will become a reality. We have already gone to several counties. We are at we've activated in about 13 counties. We are already training healthcare workers from more than 19 counties. We are heading to 2021 thereabouts. And we have over 600 health facilities that are currently live on Taifa Care Hospital Management Information System. The bit about digitalizing health facilities did not start with DHA. We have been doing this, but doing it in the private sector, doing it in the HIV program if it's within the public sector. But now we want to scale that up and do it in all our health facilities. As DHA, we dream of virtual health facilities, facilities in the cloud. That is what we like to talk about. We dream of telemedicine. We dream of predictive kind of analysis that enables precision medicine. We have lots of dreams, but we cannot dream alone, and we cannot achieve those dreams without each one of us here. So this particular session, this particular side event will be helping us to look back at what we did well, what we could have done better, and then we are able to look at the front, at the future, and determine what needs to be done. I look forward to the conversations that we are going to have, and I welcome each one of you to, be part of this session in some way. So with that, I will hand over to the MC back. Karibuni, asanteni.
Thank you, Joyce. So we enter the next part of this session. We want to do a brief panel discussion. With me are panelists who are coming to join this discussion, and I'll introduce them in no order. We do a brief panel discussion, less than 30 minutes, so that we go to the next, so that you're able to understand essentially the Digital Health Agency and its mandate and work they do. So in no particular order, allow me to welcome Dr. Gregory Ganda. Dr. Ganda is a CEC member for Health, Kisumu County. Can we clap for him? He shall be followed by Dr. Angeline Chirchir, the CEC member for Health from Nandi County. Can we clap for her? Thank you. The next shall be Dr. Brian Lishenga. Dr. Brian Lishenga chairs the Rural Private Hospital Association. Welcome, Dr. Lishenga. Dr. Kariuki David is the CEO of the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council. Dr. Kariuki comes to represent regulators. So a round of applause for him. We were expecting Hazel Koitaba to represent the CEO of SHA. Is she here? So we shall get her. And last not least, Dr. Daniel Mwai. Dr. Daniel Mwai is the Presidential Advisor on Health and Standards in the Executive Office of the President. Welcome, Dr. Mwai, and a round of applause for him. Delivery of universal health coverage, and this is covered under the four pillars. One of the pillars is human resources for health, the other pillar is commodity security, and the last pillar is a comprehensive integrated health information management system, what you call the digital superhighway. So the rollout of digitization and the digitization program. And with me here is a team of panelists that shall be able to discuss the key questions that are there. And I'll start with you, Dr. Ganda. So leadership is a very critical, important pillar in the rollout of this program. So the first question to you is, what is the role of leadership? And from your past experiences, what have you learned? Are there any steps we might have missed, the challenges, and what we need to improve on? Using an example of what is happening in Kisumu County. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thuranira, for that question. I think I'll talk to it very broadly because if I go to very specifics, then I might not touch on what has to come out. But you realize whenever you want to do any transformation or any radical change, nothing moves without leadership. And that leadership starts from political leadership. I want to take an example of the social health insurance. When we started talking about social health insurance and transforming the country many years ago, when we had the former president, Kibaki, and it was so-called Gilu Bill. That bill went and was passed in parliament and died there. It took us another 10 years. So before the politics decides that this is the way to go, and that one of the things that I think that the health sector succeeded in is making sure that this was an agenda of all the parties which were coming in. So the first is the top leadership in political, and you have seen how you can pass bills and make them work within a short time if all the political leadership is in it. Now, coming back to Kisumu, where I come from, my governor, Professor Peter Anyang' Nyong'o, has been a strong believer in social democracy. And we can see when he became governor, this is the first thing that he put in the manifesto, that one, we must be able to take care of the indigents and everybody must get equal health care. Two, we must be able to digitize our systems. Now, he started all the way from the community health all the way upwards. And when we started doing this, it looked like a very expensive thing, and I'll take a very short time, that we asked the county assembly to pass a 130 million, which is almost 30% of the recurrent budget, to digitize community health systems. Now, that would never have passed through without political leadership. So the first agenda, and I think I'll end there, is if the political leadership decides that it's the way to go, the whole system gets aligned, the whole technical team gets aligned, and resources are gotten to make sure that things work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Angeline, just to build up on what Dr. Ganda has done and has said, you have your experience from Nandi County. You have heard what Kisumu County has been doing, and there's a critical role of political leadership. Share with us your experience about Nandi County.
Thank you. Leadership is critical, as Dr. Kand has alluded. In Nandi County, we've just begun the process of digitization of health services. We started in April by mapping out the service points to determine how much resources we needed in terms of the digital gadgets that we needed. We also needed to sensitize our health workers, and political goodwill is key because you need everyone on board, even including the members of the assembly. They are the ones who pass our budgets in terms of the expenditures. So without which, we may not be able to achieve what we desire. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that. Dr. Brian, Rufa is one of the private hospitals, and you know private and faith-based hospitals play an integral role in delivery of healthcare. Secondly, is that you have been in different spaces whereby you have been advocating for a lot, especially in the healthcare space, change, digitization, issues of payment, share reimbursements and such. You are here with the decision makers, and I can see most of them in the room. First, it's to tell us your experience as private hospitals through this digitization agenda. And secondly, your proposed areas of improvement based on your experience as Rufa. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thuranira, and thank you for this invitation. Now, as a representative of private healthcare facilities, we appreciate the change that has come through digital transformation, and we think that it is one of the most fundamental changes that has happened in the Kenyan healthcare space since independence. So we welcome it. We are looking forward to be part of it. But you ask me what has been our experience. So first, we are frontline healthcare workers. We deal with the SHA provider portal every day. We also interact with the registries daily. We interact with the HIE every day. And therefore, we have seen its successes and challenges firsthand. Now, let me give some of the lessons we have had. Number one, we discover that stability comes first. We think that no matter what kind of good rules or workflows you have, when the system is unstable, then the rules and workflows don't matter. So for instance, and we have been very vocal about things like OTP delays. We have been vocal about things like how they disrupt service delivery. Now, the other one is, another lesson we have picked up is predictability is as important as stability. So what do I mean? I mean that, for example, when we have a change in the rules, for example, eligibility, pre-authorization workflows, that kind of, to use a term, policy ambush, we need to make sure that we don't have policy ambush and we have a system that is predictable. Thirdly, we have learned that integration is very important. Let me explain, and I'm happy that Nandi County is on the digitization journey. You know, Kisumu is leading, Muranga has done a very good job. But as it is now, every single provider in the country, and I'm hoping, and I can see it's going to change just based on what I have seen from DHA, but every single provider in the country, whether public, private, faith-based, any hospital today is operating on 2 different platforms. So there is a lot of duplication and a lot of opportunity for error. So this is what happens. You see patients on one platform, maybe your HMIs, and when you come to dealing with claims, you then transfer and start working on a different platform. This has generated a lot of challenges. And I'm hoping that by the time other counties digitize, we should be in a place where you can work on one platform and be able to do all your claims, but also be able to see clinical workflows, inventory management, all that. Lastly, on this issue is support gaps. Now, one of our experiences has been that when you have an issue as a provider, do you talk to SHA? Do you talk to DHA? Do you look for the vendor? Who do you find? So we think that the future is a unified help desk that allows providers to get help at one go. So that if I need an issue to be addressed by DHA or by SHA, from a provider point of view, I should not know who I am dealing with. I should just have one single interface.
Thank you, Dr. Lishanga. Dr. Kariuki, KMPDC plays a critical role in the delivery of healthcare. You represent the regulators in this panel discussion. So you register facilities, you basically panel facilities, and then you also register healthcare workers and maintain a clean register of them. How has that role been achieved, and what interfaces have you had with the Digital Health Agency and all other intergovernmental agencies in the delivery of that service?
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for the invitation. I think in the recent past, we've seen a lot of potential in ensuring that we do integrate our systems between the various regulators and the various agencies within government and all stakeholders in the health sector, whether public, private, private for-profit, private not-for-profit, to ensure that services reach the people in a more organized manner. I think there has previously been quite a lot of silo, separate entities holding separate data. And we've just realized that we do hold quite a lot of information that we have even previously not been using. But now it's becoming more useful to ensure that we are able to provide services as should be given. And I think it also brings out the fact that there's still a lot of potential to harness more from what we already have as we collaborate towards ensuring that we achieve the vision that we have intended.
Yeah. Thank you. Dr. Moy, welcome to this panel. You are part of the team that came up with this great agenda. Take 2 or 3 minutes to explain to us what this digitization agenda looks like, and for Kenyans to understand where we started and where this agenda is headed to.
Thank you very much. I think the issue of digitization in the current era is almost self-explanatory. But I think the key important thing is the fact that looking at how healthcare systems have operated over time, we have had silo operations where, one facility operates somewhere in a remote area without any way of communicating with the other healthcare system. And therefore, the digital superhighway became an important component as an enabler of good service provision, quality access, the issue of people being able to pay for it, and also, availability of the same within the villages. And I think There are critical components that we cannot forget within this digital superhighway. One, the ability of people to identify themselves uniquely and to seek care within the facilities which are closer to them. The second thing was the issue of telemedicine, which became an extremely critical component in enabling even those in the remote areas to access quality care, even if the human resource challenge still persists, because it takes time to build up a human resource that, of course, will be available within all the physical locations of our facilities. The important thing that we cannot forget is the issue of the loss of our commodities that the country has had over time. So in the past,
So welcome, Waziri, to our panel discussion. We were answering questions from the panel. We are getting responses from the questions we have from the panel. So welcome, Waziri. So Dr. Mwai, I will paraphrase the question so that Waziri joins and understands. So you are telling us a brief about the digital superhighway agenda, where it's headed. With that, you can also answer the question on supply chain. What is the role of digitization in supply chain and commodity security and availability of commodities, especially against a backdrop of, it has been reported that there has been having commodity expiries and such. Thank you.
Thank you. So the highlight I was giving was the fact that when the healthcare system was disjointed and no one was able to see what is happening in one corner of the healthcare system, and inability to also track, the service delivery across facilities, then we used to have people come from a facility that is down there. They have to carry a file to go to another hospital after a referral. And if you don't get that referral, you don't get the file, then you go and start from zero in the new facility that you have gone to. So with the shared health record that was mentioned earlier here, this problem became solved. We also have had a problem in the commodities that we have in market. We have a lot of fake commodities that have not actually licensed to be in the market. But without digitization, you don't have a way of authenticating these commodities. And therefore, when you look at the digital superhighway, the component on track and trace of commodities, as well as the national logistic management system, it enables you to see as a policymaker, be it as a county, as a governor, be it at the Ministry of Health, the leadership there, be it at the executive, it is possible to see what are the stock levels of commodities that we have across all our facilities. And more so with good integration, what DHA is trying to achieve is to have both visibility for public, private, and faith-based. So the key essence of digitization is to unlock access, improve equity, so that those who have been left behind actually can access services. The marginalized can also be accessed. We get efficient way of delivering services to the people who require those services more. And this is the spirit that have enabled the birth of the Digital Health Agency, a new agency that is unique in its own way, and one of its type actually in the world, where we have very few countries that have been able to roll out a specific agency to handle the health digitization, because health is key for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mwai. Dr. Angeline, I'm back to you. In your presentation, you told us that Nandi County had started the digitalization journey. You told us that you have already done the facility assessments and the trainings have begun. Just tell us the situation currently in the county, how far you are in that process. What have you done and what challenges have you experienced? Thank you.
Thank you. I want to say that Nandi County is a toddler when it comes to digitization. We began in April with the mapping and redistribution of the gadgets. We adopted the Tibabu system as was advised and supported by national government through DHA. And we began with the primary healthcare facilities. So those are the facilities that are integrated. The level 4 facilities are following suit. Why there was a delay is because of the modules that have to be configured to reflect the services that are delivered in those levels. Our level 5 facility, we are yet to connect to the system. However, I want to appreciate the fact that the key component is ownership of the process, starting from the top leadership of our governor, His Excellency Stephen Sang, because he's the one who launched the digitization of services. And that makes it easy down the chain. And also we sensitize our staff on the importance of this, because without their ownership, they are the champions, they are the implementers of the system. Now, what we've learned in the process is that we have attained about 60% digitization of the primary healthcare facilities with a dashboard that we are able to see what they are doing every day, the number of patients seen, the number of patients booked for the clinics. We are able to see the number of SHA claims that they are doing. We are also able to note the workload. We are able to see the facilities that have higher workload against the number of staff that they have. And this gives us an opportunity to redistribute the staff, where we find the workload is low, and yet the numbers are relatively higher than other facilities. I also want to say that one key component is knowing your facilities, knowing the needs of the clients and also the health workers, the ability to adapt to digital systems and use them. We found that we have staff who are above 50 years of age, and most of them have challenges. And I think going forward, those counties who are going to adopt digitization, when you go for training, the TOTs, it's important to select the younger staff population who are able to catch up and be able to push the process forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Waziri wa County and Nandi. So, Dr. Ganda, tell us the situation in Kisumu. Building up on what Dr. Angeline has told us, what they have done, 60% of the facilities being digitized. How is it in Kisumu now?
Thank you very much. I think Kisumu is younger yet older. Kisumu started digitization much earlier, and I think almost 40% of our facilities were digitized. But then all those facilities were silo facilities. That means that if you moved from facility A to facility B, you are a new person. You have to start afresh, they register you and get all your data. And so, yes, we were digitized, we had a lot of innovations, but then we did not have that interoperability layer being brought forward, even though we were even using the same system. We were mainly using Kenya EMR system in most of our facilities. We have now activated the Taifa Care system, and we will be now moving into the digital superhighway. The Kenya EMR system is being upgraded into a newer version that can be able to link. We will then be able to discuss on how we can save this data, because once you start generating data, initially, most of our data was in several places because of the partners, and you know the USAID and the US government is transitioning into a locally run system. And so the DHA will have to provide at one point a repository where all this data will be coming into. Once they have provided that, we will have to change the kind of tablets that we have, because we have been paying for the internet. The partners have been paying for the internet, and we have been supplementing this so that we're able to have all-round internet in our facilities. I think coming in with the DHA will allow us now to have internet provided for all those facilities. Despite all this, yes, we still have challenges with internet connectivity in the whole county. I think Kisumu, Homabay has better internet than Kisumu. We are at 60%, Homabay is at 90%. So we have been able to buy Starlink to boost this internet so that all our facilities are able to get internet. And then then we'll be all of us together in the digital superhighway as Kenyans and not silos. And I like saying that counties are independent governments, but they are interdependent and work closely with the national government. So as we do our innovations, yes, we are working together with national governments to make us move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And I'm happy that you have become proactive, facing your challenges head on and sorting them out. Dr. Lishenga, what is the status of digitization of the private facilities and FBO, and where can DHA step in to support? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thuranira. I would say, so we did a survey 2 years back on the status of digitization. And what we found out is that for private and faith-based facilities, about 60% of them operate, are digitized. So we still have somewhere between 40% gap. Now, in terms of where DHA can come in to support, my conviction is that we need to move to co-creation and start doing things together. So for instance, one of the things that is very exciting is to see counties like Nandi County, taking up HMIS systems. We need to support private sector and faith-based hospitals to do the same so that they can, and this can happen through validation of existing HMISs within the private and faith-based. So one of the things that DHA can do is, because private sector will operate slightly differently, is to move to an open source kind of arrangement where you validate the HMISs that are out there and find out whether they meet the criteria set out by DHA. Another opportunity is, I think, in incentivizing facilities that do the right thing in terms of digitization. So for example, real-time claim adjudication can help facilities unlock capital. So, and I had Mwai talking about the supply chain. Real-time claim adjudication can help us with unlocking inventory, for example. So we think that working to co-create with private sector is definitely the future for DHA.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Kariuki, as a regulator, what is your experience in regulating facilities and regulating healthcare workers? And how can DHA help you sort out all the challenges that you experience, as you give us your parting short remarks?
Thank you. As regulators, we implement government policy through legal frameworks. And so ours is largely to keep minimum, the standards and norms that are expected to be able to provide quality care for the needs of the population. And we do continuously support facilities to be able to maintain the standards or even take them higher than what they have been having. In terms of the health professionals themselves, we also maintain the standards right from the training, then ensure that everyone is registered and licensed to practice within the scope of the training that they had achieved. Okay. For example, when it comes to the health facilities, 2 years ago, we only had about 10% of public facilities voluntarily applying for their annual licenses. But with the reforms that have come, we are currently at 97%. Okay. And the remainder is largely from the investments that they keep making. So there's a lot of work going on.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Moi, a quick question. Which is the way, what's the way forward now after this? What's the way forward? You have seen what you have done. You've seen what DHA has done. You have had the challenges from the county governments, challenges from private and faith-based facilities. Give us directions on which way we head after this.
I think the key call is that the DHA is ready to work with the counties, and I think this has happened. And the call is for the counties to work with the Digital Health Agency to roll out the digital superhighway, address the issues that are happening within different counties, unique to them. And I think the ultimate is when we have a complete superhighway where the DHA is running it with critical support from the county governments, and that will give us a successful integrated healthcare system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Help me thank the panel that joined us. The panel, you may now exit the stage so that we go on to the next part. Thank you very much, Dr. Angeline from Nandi County. Dr. Kanda, thank you very much. Dr. Litanga from Rupa, thank you very much. Our CEO, KMPDC, thank you very much, and Dr. Moy. At this juncture, allow me to welcome Dr. Engineer Anthony Lenayara for a brief remark and to welcome to usher us into the next part of the program. I've been your host, Dr. Thuranira Kaugiria, and thank you very much, good people. A clap for our CEO, good people.
Thank you, Dr. Tunarera and our panelists. CS for Health, Honorable Duale EGH, Governor's Presence, DG, Chairman, Digital Health Agency, and our board, CEOs present, CEO SHA, CEO KEMSA, CEO KMPDC, all protocol observed. Good morning. Good morning again. Waziri, welcome to this side event. This is a side event for the Digital Health Agency. I'll just give a few remarks and then we move to the next part of the program. We are here today to assess ourselves on how far we are for the last 1 year. 1 year ago, we declared that the future of healthcare will be universal, accessible, digital, connected, and inclusive. We recognize that our people deserve more than just basic healthcare. They deserve a system that works for them, whenever they are and whenever they need it. Today, as we gather, we want to evaluate how far we are on this. What are the gains? What are the opportunities? And where are the pains? Just to give you a high level, in 12 months, we have made significant progress as the Digital Health Agency led by our CS and our ministry in digitization transformation agenda. As we sit here today, we are rolling out Taifa Care Hospital Management Information System that makes each and every public hospital to go paperless. We are in 24 counties and counting, and we expect to complete in all counties by November 2025. Our health information exchange is also live and working, making identification of systems across the 25 million Kenyans who are in the USC program possible. Every patient today is uniquely identified through the client registry integrated to our registration bureaus, eliminating the need for physical health records and physical health cards, and preventing fraud under the Social Health Authority. All healthcare facilities and professionals are now uniquely, seamlessly identified through our regulators, eliminating fake doctors and fake facilities and provision of services by unqualified health professionals to the Kenyan people. Patient portability is now a reality in Kenya. Our shared health record today is able to move data and information of patients from one hospital to another in all the hospitals that we have done the Taifa Care rollout. This not only eliminates the need for big files and documents across, but also duplication of charges for simple things like tests of X-rays and MRI for Kenyans by different facilities. Our Social Health Authority is now fully digitized. Kenyans today can register in the comfort of their home for the social insurance. They don't need to know anyone. They don't need to go to any office. They register at the comfort of their home. That's why today we have 30 to 50,000 Kenyans registering without anybody asking them to do so, because they can register at the comfort of their home. We have gone further. As we know, not everybody has a smartphone, to introduce simple solutions that help the Kenyan people at the rural areas to be able to access to the Social Health Authority. Our USSD code, *147, is fully functional, and it represents the whole government because it means one government and 47 counties. Kenyans without smartphones are able to register from their USSD. Pre-authorization used to take, under the previous NHIF, between 72 hours to 3 weeks. Today, you get your pre-authorization codes approved in less than 15 seconds. This is efficiency, and we have ensured that our Social Health Authority is fully digitized and provides services efficiency. As we continue with the digitization, we take note that technology cannot serve without having an efficient and digitally enabled health workforce. We are training all our health workers from every public facility. We are training them how to use our digital systems and use our digital platforms to provide services more efficiently and treat Kenyans the quickest way possible. We have so far distributed 15,000 devices across all the facilities that we are doing rollout, and we will distribute 74,000 devices to each and every health worker in a public facility or a public hospital. These devices comes with internet, paid up within the program to ensure that no health worker is not able to access internet to provide services. These are not just achievements or statistics. They represent real life being impacted across the country. However, throughout the last 1 year, we have also faced some challenges. One has been the connectivity issues, which we are currently addressing together with our Ministry of ICT to ensure that each and every hospital has stable power as well as has connectivity and internet. Two is the change management, training people to leave the paperwork that they are used to and start using systems within the Taifa Care ecosystem. This is still a challenge we are working together, and we are working together with the counties. Our training programs is embedded in the county government's workforce to ensure that they not only understand how system works, but they embrace and understand the importance of it. There are still a lot of opportunities. These are just foundations that we have created to ensure that Kenya has a fully integrated, intelligent health ecosystem. We call upon each and everyone to come and partner with us to ensure that Kenya becomes smarter and digitally enabled. Aligned with the Ministry of Health strategy, we today are going to launch 3 key documents that are going to govern how we provide digitization. One is the Digital Health Agency Strategic Plan, which gives our future and our going plans to ensure that we achieve the universal health coverage digitally. The second is the certification framework. We still have systems that are within the ecosystems that are not certified. And today we give you a framework of how those systems can be certified and plugged to the superhighway. These strategies align with the overall goal of the Ministry of Health Universal Health Coverage Agenda, and will ensure that every digital health innovation in Kenya meet the highest global standard, built for scalability, security, and sustainability. Thank you so much, CS for Health. I think that was my short speech. I want to welcome my colleagues, CEO Shah, just to make a brief speech, and then we can proceed from there. Karibu. We and Shah are like twins, because we digitize Shah, and sometimes the Kenyan people don't know the difference between DHA and Shah. But see us as twins that enable one another to ensure that the Kenyan people are served and served well.
Thank you. Thank you, Engineer Anjoni, for this opportunity to address the team here. I think at SHA, what we can say is that we are really benefiting in terms of the thinking of this TIFAC initiative to be able to have end-to-end digitization of the claims processes. When we came in, the panel before was sharing really the way forward and what this will look like. And I'd like to borrow the remarks of Dr. Moy. Once upon a time in Kenya, there was very little visibility of when a patient would walk into a hospital, the services that they would get, the lab work that would be done, the treatment protocols that were issued, and then the discharge of the patient, and even the follow-up of the patient. But with our collaboration with the Digital Health Agency, we now have back-to-back full-end visibility of a patient and a patient's journey. And if we look at what is coming up next, what is left undone, which we are working on, is that every Kenyan will be able to have access to their record of services. It means you as a Kenyan will be able to know in January you went to the hospital, 2 years later in February you had your CT scan, 3 years later you went in for this surgery, and that really is monumental for us. One, as we adjudicate claims, but two, for you as a patient, as we make sure that you get quality health services. And then for us in SHA, our partnership in DHA continues. And really, if you look at the work that has been done from the inception of this program to date, we're extremely pleased and there's more to come. As highlighted by Engineer Anthony, in the last few weeks, we've already activated key technological solutions. One is biometrics, and as we continue rolling out and reaching our lower tier hospitals, it means that every Kenyan will be able to protect their cover, they'll be able to access their cover, will be able to pay for the right claim. If you look at the Healthcare Workers app, again, it allows for us to ensure that you get the services that you need from a healthcare worker who is not a quack and who then has offered you a service. And so for us, we're really seeing a lot of investments in technology that have helped us and that will help deliver the dream of UHC for Kenya. So thank you, Engineer Anjoni. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my sister, CEO SHA. Waziri, now I want to welcome the World Health Organization representative to make his remarks before we proceed. Karibu sana.
Honorable Adam Duale, Cabinet Secretary for Health, PS for Medical Services, Dr. Uma Oluga, the CEO, SHA, Dr. Mercy Mwangangi, the CEO, Digital Health Agency, Engineer Anthony Lenayare, governors, county health executives, distinguished partners, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the World Health Organization in Kenya, I thank you for this opportunity to join you at this Devolution conference convened under the banner for the people, for prosperity, and devolution as catalyst for equity, inclusion, and social justice. This side event focuses really on how digitization advances equity, justice, and inclusion, speaks to the heart of the promise. For WHO Kenya, this conference is pivotal. For us, we gather here today in Homabay County, not merely to reflect on progress, but to chart a bold and inclusive future for healthcare in Kenya. One that is powered by digital transformation anchored in the conference's central theme of equity, justice, and inclusion. As we stand at this intersection of Kenya's devolution journey and its digital health revolution, we witness firsthand how digitization serves as a powerful equalizer, breaking down barriers that have historically prevented Kenyans from accessing quality health care services. Today, I speak not just as a representative of WHO, but as a partner deeply invested in Kenya's remarkable transformation into a global digital health leader. Let me frame the why for this side event about digital health for equity, not just for efficiency. Recently, WHO member states extended the WHO Global Strategy for Digital Health 2022-2025 to 2027, and actually even requested for a next phase for 2028 to 2033. The signal from WHO member states is clear. Digital transformation must be people-centered, rights-based, and explicitly advance universal health coverage. WHO's guidance on ethical use of AI, especially the LLMs, reinforces this imperative to deploy innovation where it measurably improves outcomes and protects populations. Regionally, we do have the WHO Afro implementation framework, which guides the countries, including Kenya, to translate this strategy into action through governance, workforce capacity, interoperability, as well as equity lens, principles that align with the devolution. For Kenya, we are very proud of the great work being done here. There is an enabling environment, very strong political leadership of this initiative, strong laws, and clear rules. Indeed, Kenya has built one of Africa's most legal foundations for digital health. The 4 pillars really matter for this conversation. One is the Digital Health Act, which establishes the Digital Health Agency and mandates a comprehensive integrated health information system. The second is the Digital Health Regulation, the legal notice number 76 of 2025. There is also the Social Health Insurance Act and the Primary Health Care Act, which links the financing and service delivery, so digital tools translate into entitlements as well as access. Finally, there is also the Data Protection Act. This clarity that these legal frameworks have provided is timely and welcome. As has also been noted, we look forward to the launch of 3 strategic documents by the Cabinet Secretary, the Digital Health Agency, Digital Health Authority Strategic Plan, the Digital Health Solution Certification Framework, as well as the Digital Health Authority Standards and Guidelines. For us, these are not just policies, they are instruments for transformation. Distinguished partners, ladies and gentlemen, let me just say a few words on equity in action, especially the community platforms, data flow, and claims. As has been shown, the Kenya's 108,000 plus community health promoters brings service closer to households. The electronic community health information system now connects the community encounters to facilities and the Kenya Health Information System, thereby accelerating decisions and closing referral loops, as has been referred to. These are real equity gains for Kenya, especially in the hard-to-reach settings. On the financial end, the SHA has stabilized digital claims processing, a very essential step to turn service delivery into timely payments. Just a few words again also on the devolution advantage and counties, especially counties as engines of inclusive digitization. The devolution brings proximity needed to design for language, literacy, connectivity gaps, disability inclusion, and gender dynamics. This also, the human rights and social justice framing of today's program is therefore for us the correct lens. It measures digital health by who benefits first, not just who is already connected. For WHO, we provide 5 design tests for equity, justice, and inclusion. For us and for the global health community, before any solution scales, WHO proposes that counties and vendors must pass this test. 5 of them. 1, access. The system must work offline, degrade, and also be able to degrade gracefully on low-end devices, 2G or 3G. 2, usability. The contents in Kiswahili and relevant local languages, low literacy designs are essential for usability. 3, safety. Clear clinical scope, human oversight. 4, protection as well as accountability, which logs, metrics, and user feedback loops made accessible to counties and communities. From the discussion so far, these are already being put in place, so this is really great for the government of Kenya and the leadership. Looking forward, we want to propose some practical steps that the country needs to fully examine, learning from best practices from around the world. In this regard, we want to propose county compact for digital health. And I will just give some 3 near-term commitments. To translate the principles outlined already into practice within the next 12 months, let us agree at this conference to have 1 inclusive service charter per county for digital health, which includes the language disability features, grievance channels, uptime targets. Second, 1 certified stack for priority use cases. For example, antenatal care immunization NCDs per county, also procured against the DHA certification framework. 3, 1 protection drill per county. We ensure that, especially at this point where we have issues of hacking, we also propose as part of this compact 1 protection drill per county annually, some form of tabletop exercise. Because as you will agree with me, if there is a breach in the data, it will have significant impact on the rollout of this initiative. So going forward, WHO's role and offer to Kenya will include strengthening the governance and safety, advance data stewardship and trust, scale up equity, primary healthcare digitalization, and we also provide you global platforms to align your resources and work with you and benchmark progress openly. In conclusion, let me reaffirm WHO's unwavering commitment to working alongside Kenya on this remarkable digital health journey. Together, we are not just digitizing healthcare, we are democratizing access to quality health services for every Kenyan. The future we envision is one where a mother in Turkana can access the same quality of digital health services as one in Nairobi, where a community health promoter in Homabay has the same digital tools as specialists in Kenyatta National Hospital, where equity, justice, inclusion are not just aspirations, but actually everyday reality for Kenya's digital health ecosystem. WHO stands ready to continue this partnership, supporting Kenya's vision of a digitally inclusive health system that leaves no one behind. Together, we will ensure Kenya's digital health transformation becomes a global model for health technology that can actually serve humanity's highest aspiration, as well as that of all Kenyans. Asante sana. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Because of time, I will invite Chairman of DHA just to say one word. DG, please come closer, and then DG to take over the program and conclude. Chairman, DHA, please.
Our Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Haden Duale, our DG Health, Dr. Amoth, WHO County Representative, Chair Health COG, digital health stakeholders, national and county government officials present, conference delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to Digital Health Side event. The DHA has been in existence now for 1 year. And as chair of DHA, I'm happy to report that we have navigated through both operationalizing and as we began, we are implementing in earnest the Digital Act 2023. And like we always say, we have done what we thought, much more than we could do. And we are born and we are already running. The agency recognizes its monumental role as a crucial enabler in the delivery of universal health coverage through use of technology to transform how health is delivered. In the past, the DHA through intentional collaboration with partners, has been able to deliver digital solutions that are boldly contributing strategically towards improving how healthcare is delivered in this country. Esteemed conference delegates, investments in digital health hold great promise for transforming healthcare systems and improving health outcomes. It is our aspiration that digital health transformation will result in improved clinical experience, increased health provider satisfaction, increased accountability and efficiency, resulting in overall improved quality of healthcare. That is preventive, promotive, and curative. At the agency, we are inspired by the Japanese Kaizen philosophy towards continuous improvement. Today, we get an opportunity to reflect, that is, smile at what went right, learn from what we did not do as planned, and visualize what the future holds as regards optimal digital health transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the agency is launching its first strategic plan today. This plan reflects a shared national ambition to build a resilient, future-ready, and people-centered health system. On behalf of the agency, we sincerely appreciate all who have been part of the DHA's journey. The commitment and support from Ministry of Health leadership, led by our indomitable CS, Aden Duale, has also been truly inspirational. Thank you so very much, Wasiri. Asanteni for joining us today. I now welcome our DG Health. Take over.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable CS, allow me to ride on prior established protocols because of time. The transformative journey towards digitization of health services in Kenya has begun, and great progress is already demonstrated. Coverage has already reached more than 50% of the countries, and we are on track to be able to achieve 100% coverage before the end of the year. And we are already celebrating the dividends of this investment, as clearly highlighted by the CEO of Digital Health Agency. We have reduced turnaround time for our pre-authorization processes. We have upped our fraud detection mechanism, and through track and trace, we have enhanced our capacity for pharmacovigilance and accountability in our processes. Data is the new currency, and now we are collecting real-time data, and this data is also hosted in-country, and therefore it is easy for us in terms of decision-making. This work is not only taking place at the facilities, but it's also happening at the community level. We have the electronic community health information system that also collects data at the household level. We are soon joining the League of Nations, who collect data on a day-to-day basis, real-time, rather than wait for periodic surveys conducted every 5 years, like the Kenya Demographic Health Survey. Therefore, this is the right thing to do, and for sure, it is going to have a transformative change in our health ecosystem. Allow me to invite His Excellency the Governor of Tharaka Nithi County, who is also the chair of the Health Committee at the Council of Governors, to make some remarks and thereafter invite our chief guest for the event. Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Dr. Omoth, our substantive DG. Honorable Hadan Duare, the CS for Health, and for the sake of time, all protocols observed, I recognize you all and I salute you. We are running against time because there's another event taking place here, and for that reason, CS allow me to make very brief remarks. First and foremost, I want to thank the DHA team led by Engineer Anthony. From where we sit as the Council of Governors, their partnership has not been without hitches, but it is one of the best agencies we work with, because from where I sit, DHA has gotten us from a habit that we had in Kenya, where we used to have a book called Kitabu ya Hospitali. It used to be half a book, and our patients used to carry them along with them everywhere they go. And the biggest killer of patients in Kenya was not the wrong diagnosis, it wasn't lack of medicine, it was inconsistency of health records that made doctors treat patients who are referred with the same treatment they had in the last previous treatments or visits, without realizing that that was not working because there was no record. The birth of DHA from the three laws that were passed, courtesy of Kenya Kwanza, has come to resolve this problem. And our patients are very happy nowadays, walking to hospital, carrying nothing, and they find the records there, even the records of the hospitals they visited before from their previous visits, which are not necessarily the same hospitals. That is a game changer. We are looking forward to a time when a patient in Kajiado will have the need to be seen in Bagathi, and they just walk in, give their ID card, and their records will be there, with their data being correct and also protected, because that is very, very important, not just to us as a country, but also for the patients. So data protection is something that we need a guarantee on, Anthony, because that has been our biggest worry as Council of Governors. I'd also like to, at this particular time, hail you for giving us a promise to give us end-to-end visibility, which includes a dashboard for the CEC in charge of health, also the governor. And I am briefed that that system works on and off, but I'm sure with the effort you put to reach out more counties, this is an issue that will be resolved. Lastly, counties had existing systems or digital health systems. Some of them were inferior to what DHA is offering. Some of them have resistance in accepting DHA because they feel they have had an investment. But if you're giving me a Ferrari and you're telling me to crash my VW, which is very old, I would have to make my calculations so that the VW serves any purpose. We are therefore urging the county government, if you have a system that's inferior to DHA system, it does not matter how much you invested in it. If the DHA system will serve you better, you had better take that one. With those very few remarks, it's now my humble duty to call the CS Health, and even as you comes, and let's give him a clap. Counties have committed to give free treatment in level 2 and 3 and 4, but CS urge patients also to make sure they register for SHA, because you cannot get treatment if we don't know who you are. They must register. Thank you very much.
The Chair of Health Committee of the Council of Governors, Excellency Governors and Deputy Governors, Senators, Honorable Members of Parliament, County Assembly, senior national and government officials, our partners, distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to attend this year's Devolution Conference in the beautiful county of Homabay, as we reflect on the theme for people, for posterity, devolution as a catalyst for equity, inclusion and justice, social justice. I am particularly delighted to contribute to this dialogue from the perspective of health care digitization. Universal health care remains one of the most important, powerful tools for advancing equity, justice, and inclusion. Yet many Kenyans, especially in the remote and under-served areas, still face barriers to timely, quality, and affordable health care. Digitization offers a unique opportunity to bridge these gaps. It is more than technology. It's a transformational tool for efficiency, for accuracy, for equitable access, for transparency, and for citizen engagement and empowerment. The Ministry of Health has made digitization a core pillar of the ongoing health sector reforms through very key initiatives, including the Taifa Care digital platform, which integrates healthcare records, telemedicine, insurance management, facility data, and to make sure that we provide care, we prevent fraud, and we improve patient safety and experience. We're also doing community health digitization through the Smart Chap app. Community health promoters can now register households, report illness, track maternal and child health, and make referrals, hence boosting our surveillance, our responsiveness, and our accountability to the people of Kenya. On supply chain and resource tracking, we now provide real-time monitoring of medicines, vaccines, and medical equipment, reducing stockouts, wastage, and disparity. And finally, on health financing and inclusion, using our digital IDs and mobile money to enroll vulnerable population into the social health insurance, hence enhancing financial protection and reducing unnecessary cost. Ladies and gentlemen, devolution has been a game changer in aligning health priorities with the local realities. Counties are best placed to implement innovations that meet the specific needs of their population. The Ministry of Health continues to work closely with the county governments in the rollout of digital health infrastructure at all levels. We are working with you to build capacity of health workers and ICT officers. We are working with you to strengthen data governance, privacy and cybersecurity, and we want to make sure, colleagues and partners, that equity is not an outcome, it is a deliberate choice. Inclusion and justice in healthcare must be embedded in our system design. We want to ensure that our platforms are accessible to persons with disability. Our platforms are available in local languages. Our platforms are gender responsive. And our platforms are affordable to all. No Kenyan should be left behind in the digital health revolution, regardless of their location, their income, and their identity. Kenya digital health transformation is here and is real. It's reshaping how we deliver care, improve efficiency, and safeguard public resources. Through the Social Health Authority, the ministry is using technology as an engine for equity, accountability, and trust. Since October, SHA has disbursed 57.7 billion to health facilities, and of these, 49.7 billion was channeled to the Social Health Insurance Fund and emergency, chronic and critical illness, while 6.7 billion supported the primary health care fund. And let me make it very clear here. Our primary health care fund is the one that makes Kenyans to access outpatient in level 2, level 3, and level 4 free of charge, paid by the government of Kenya, appropriated and budgeted by Parliament. When fully integrated, biometric verification will work with real-time claims processing, enabling instant eligibility checks, faster reimbursement, and accurate data, patient data across all our counties. Beyond fraud prevention, this system builds citizen trust and provides actionable insights on service use, on the trend of diseases and spending in order to allow us to make smart investment and fast response. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya experience demonstrates that digital health innovation, when anchored in sound policy and sustained by strong political will, as shown by the President and the government, and those of us who work with him, and our county governments, we can deliver a patient-centered, fraud-resistant, data-driven health system serving a model for Africa health resilient agenda. And in this spirit, today is a significant milestone with the launch of the Digital Health Agency Strategic Plan, alongside other guiding documents. This will serve the compass for advancing our nation's health digitization agenda. In conclusion, we reflect on the next frontier of devolution. Let us reaffirm our collective commitment to equity, justice, and inclusion through technology-enabled health system. The Ministry of Health stands ready to walk this journey together with all our partners, all our counties, and our communities. We will close the gap and we will open the future. With those many remarks, it's now my duty and honor to launch the Digital Health Agency Strategic Plan. What's happening? Yeah. Please, let's clap for DHA.
Purchase your tracks today.
Can we get copies? You will not expect hard copies. This is digital. Colleagues are asking me where the copy, so I told them this is digital. So you get your copy digitally, online. Thank you very much.
For Health, Honorable Aden Duale, and his team once more. A better round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Allow me to welcome Tabi and the band for one number as we prepare ourselves to welcome our keynote speaker, His Excellency Engineer Dr. Raila Amolo Odinga. Welcome, Tabi and the band.
Unaweza, unaweza, Yesu, unaweza, hakuna kama wewe. Unaweza, unaweza, Yesu, unaweza. inyalo duto, Rabi inyalo duto, onge machalo kodi. Ine matingi malo, ine miromo luongo yoyo, ine minyalo.
The Health Agency biometric verification is live across major hospitals.
At the heart of this revolution is the Kenya Digital Health Superhighway, a secure, smart, and integrated ecosystem.
From level 2 clinics to level 6 hospitals, powered by shared health records, claims management, and logistics services, creating a seamless patient experience.
Everything is linked. The Kenya National Health Information Exchange connects over 8 digital registries including Client Registry, Facility Registry, Health Worker Registry,
Community Health Unit Registry, Terminology Services, and Shared Health Records. Medicines are tracked end-to-end using the National Logistics Management System, ensuring no stockouts and full accountability.
Access your health records anytime, anywhere through the TaifaCare patient portal.
The goal: universal health coverage that's affordable, accessible, and efficient.
ACHIS ensures that even at the community level, healthcare is smart and data-driven.
All of this protected by world-class cybersecurity and data protection standards.
This is the future of health in Kenya, powered by digital, driven by equity, built for every Kenyan.
And the Digital Health Agency biometric verification is live across major hospitals.
At the heart of this revolution is the Kenya Digital Health Superhighway, a secure, smart, and integrated ecosystem.
From level 2 clinics to level 6 hospitals, the system is powered by shared health records, claims management, and logistics services, creating a seamless patient experience.
Everything is linked. The Kenya National Health Information Exchange connects over 8 digital registries including Client Registry, Facility Registry, Health Worker Registry,
Community Health Unit Registry, Terminology Services, and Shared Health Records. Medicines are tracked end-to-end using the National Logistics Management System, ensuring no stockouts and full accountability.
Access your health records anytime, anywhere through the TaifaCare patient portal.
The goal: universal health coverage that's affordable, accessible, and efficient.
ACHIS ensures that even at the community level, healthcare is smart and data-driven.
All of this protected by world-class cybersecurity and data protection standards.
This is the future of health in Kenya, powered by digital, driven by equity, built for every Kenyan.
And the Digital Health Agency biometric verification is live across major hospitals.
At the heart of this revolution is the Kenya Digital Health Superhighway, a secure, smart, and integrated ecosystem.
From level 2 clinics to level 6 hospitals, the system is powered by shared health records, claims management, and logistics services, creating a seamless patient experience.
Everything is linked. The Kenya National Health Information Exchange connects over 8 digital registries including Client Registry, Facility Registry, Health Worker Registry,
Community Health Unit Registry, Terminology Services, and Shared Health Records. Medicines are tracked end-to-end using the National Logistics Management System, ensuring no stockouts and full accountability.
Access your health records anytime, anywhere through the TaifaCare patient portal.
The goal: universal health coverage that's affordable, accessible, and efficient.
ACHIS ensures that even at the community level, healthcare is smart and data-driven.
All of this protected by world-class cybersecurity and data protection standards.
This is the future of health in Kenya, powered by digital, driven by equity, built for every Kenyan.
kipindi cha burudani. Tayari kumkaribisha rais wa
auditorium kindly. In the meantime, Tabi and the band are on stage, and thank you very much, Latif. I am told that now you're Dr. Latif. You have done very well since this conference began. Niombe sote tulio pembeni pembeni, tujongee na tupate kuketi. Wale ambao munashughulika na sehemu mbadala kwenye mijadala mbalimbali, ni waombe muelekeze wote wahusika na washikadau sehemu hii. Tabi.
This is a parade mounted by Scout from Moi Girls High School, Sindom, ready for your inspection.
Jamhuri ya Kenya.
The chair of Health Committee of the Council of Governors, Excellency Governors and Deputy Governors, Senators, Honorable Members of Parliament, County Assembly, senior national and government officials, our partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to attend this year's Devolution Conference in the beautiful county of Homabay, as we reflect on the theme for people, for posterity, devolution as a catalyst for equity, inclusion and justice, social justice. I am particularly delighted to contribute to this dialogue from the perspective of health care digitization. Universal health care remains one of the most important powerful tools for advancing equity, justice, and inclusion. Yet many Kenyans, especially in the remote and under-served areas, still face barriers to timely, quality, and affordable health care. Digitization offers a unique opportunity to bridge these gaps. It is more than technology. It's a transformational tool for efficiency, for accuracy, for equitable access, for transparency, and for citizen engagement and empowerment. The Ministry of Health has made digitization a core pillar of the ongoing health sector reforms through very key initiatives, including the Taifa Care digital platform, which integrates healthcare records, telemedicine, insurance management, facility data, and to make sure that we provide care, we prevent fraud, and we improve patient safety and experience. We are also doing community health digitization through the Smart Chap app. Community health promoters can now register households, report illness, track maternal and child health, and make referrals, hence boosting our surveillance, our responsiveness, and our accountability to the people of Kenya. On supply chain and resource tracking, we now provide real-time monitoring of medicines, vaccines, and medical equipment, reducing stockouts, wastage, and disparity. And finally, on health financing and inclusion, using our digital IDs and mobile money to enroll vulnerable population into the social health insurance, hence enhancing financial protection and reducing unnecessary cost. Ladies and gentlemen, devolution has been a game changer in aligning health priorities with the local realities. Counties are best placed to implement innovations that meet the specific needs of their population. The Ministry of Health continues to work closely with the county governments in the rollout of digital health infrastructure at all levels. We are working with you to build capacity of health workers and ICT officers. We are working with you to strengthen data governance, privacy and cybersecurity, and we want to make sure, colleagues and partners, that equity is not an outcome, it is a deliberate choice. Inclusion and justice in healthcare must be embedded in our system design. We want to ensure that our platforms are accessible to persons with disability. Our platforms are available in local languages. Our platforms are gender responsive. And our platforms are affordable to all. No Kenyan should be left behind in the digital health revolution, regardless of their location, their income, and their identity. Kenya digital health transformation is here and is real. It's reshaping how we deliver care, improve efficiency, and safeguard public resources. Through the Social Health Authority, the ministry is using technology as an engine for equity, accountability, and trust. Since October, SHA has disbursed 57.7 billion to health facilities, and of these, 49.7 billion was channeled to the Social Health Insurance Fund and emergency, chronic and critical illness, while 6.7 billion supported the primary health care fund. And let me make it very clear here. Our primary health care fund is the one that makes Kenyans to access outpatient in level 2, level 3, and level 4 free of charge, paid by the government of Kenya, appropriated and budgeted by Parliament. When fully integrated, biometric verification will work with real-time claims processing, enabling instant eligibility checks, faster reimbursement, and accurate data, patient data across all our counties. Beyond fraud prevention, this system builds citizen trust and provides actionable insights on service use, on the trend of diseases and spending in order to allow us to make smart investment and fast response. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya experience demonstrates that digital health innovation, when anchored in sound policy and sustained by strong political will, as shown by the President and the government, and those of us who work with him, and our county governments, we can deliver a patient-centered, fraud-resistant, data-driven health system, serving a model for Africa health resilient agenda. And in this spirit, today is a significant milestone with the launch of the Digital Health Agency Strategic Plan, alongside other guiding documents. This will serve the compass for advancing our nation's health digitization agenda. In conclusion, we reflect on the next frontier of devolution. Let us reaffirm our collective commitment to equity, justice, and inclusion through technology-enabled health system. The Ministry of Health stands ready to walk this journey together with all our partners, all our counties, and our communities. We will close the gap and we will open the future. With those many remarks, it's now my duty and honor to launch the Digital Health Agency Strategic Plan. Yeah. Please, let's clap for DHA.
Purchase your tracks today.
Can we get copies? You will not expect hard copies. This is digital. Colleagues are asking me where the copy, so I told them this is digital. So you get your copy digitally, online. Thank you very much.
Marafiki kanikimbia sababu ya shida. Ilipoita jina la Yesu nikapata msaada. Deni zote akalipa, sasa niko huru. Niko huru, yoyo sina madeni tena. Ilipoita jina la Yesu nikapata msaada. Ilipoita jina la Yesu nikainuliwa. Ilipoita jina la Yesu nikasonga mbele. Kana luongo nyingi Yesu, anatora nyimele.
Thank you, Tabi. May I request that all of us who are on the sidelines, please, may we make our way to this main auditorium. And now, may I request that we all be upstanding as we welcome the keynote speaker for this very, very auspicious occasion, His Excellency, Engineer Dr. Raila Amolo Odinga. Tabi and the band.
nono chieng jamundo ni wara nono okumbana ni wara nono ni wara nono Yesu jaber ni wara nono Nyasaye ni wara nono okachulo nengo moro ne okachulo Nyasaye ne okachulo we monda pako siepnani we monda pako we monda pako siepnani no mia yueyo we monda pako siepnani Yesu tahero
ni wara no chenja mondo ni wara no ni wara no machulo ni wara no ni wara no makameri ni wara no ni wara no kayo ni wara no ni wara no machulo ni wara no ni wara no ni wara no Tale ni wara no Tale ni wara no Okumba ni wara ni wara no Tabi ni wara no Kamano ni wara no Okumba ni wara ni wara no Osiepe ni wara Kamano ni wara Tabi ni wara ni wara Animo tomano moro magari shuma Animo lelo tomano moro magari shuma Eto temo mabe tomano moro magari shuma
Thank you, Tabby and the band. Let's appreciate Tabby and the band with a mighty round of applause. And may I now request our good friends, members of the Fourth Estate, kindly, slowly, security, let's be polite. Let's be polite. Slowly. Let us take our positions on my right. At a prayers. Thank you. May I request, in respect of our nation and our shared national values, may we be upstanding for the national anthem of the Republic of Kenya to be followed by the East African Community Anthem. May I request a dress down for all unofficial headgear. After the anthems, the county chaplain and Sheikh Abdullahi will lead us in a short word of prayer. National anthem.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين يا رب العالمين
pema pako patazidi kubaki petu pakimbilio na nusuru. Mikono wako wa rehema na mkabidhi Rijali Shaki, gwiji, mngwana na adibu, iwa mwandishi Raila Amolo Odinga ambaye ndiye mkunga wa ugatuzi. Twakuomba ewe Mola umjalie pamoja na magavana wote akiwemo Nala Gladys Atieno Wanga wa Homabay. Na kikao hiki twakuomba ewe Mola anza nasi, uenende nasi na utue nasi pema, na ni kwa sababu tumeomba tukiamini katika jina tukufu la Yesu Kristo mwanao.
May we be seated. Your Excellency, the Prime Minister, Engineer Dr. Raila Amolo Odinga, Your Excellency, the Chair of the Council of Governors, FCPA Ahmed Abdullahi, Your Excellency, the good Governor of Homabay County, Honorable Gladys Nyasuna Wanga, all governors present, Cabinet Secretary for Health, Honorable Adan Duale, all Cabinet Secretaries present, Principal Secretaries and officials of national government, the Minority Whip in the National Assembly, Honorable Mili Mabona, and all members of the National Assembly present, the Minority Leader in the Senate, Honorable Stewart Masayo, all senators present, the Speaker, Homabay County, Right Honorable Polycarp Okombo, all speakers of different county assemblies represented here, and members of various county assemblies, our partners, distinguished delegates. As I invite a good friend and a brother who has been doing a good job in guiding this auspicious occasion, since he came to Homabay, now is known as Dr. Latif. But as he comes, allow me, Your Excellency, to underscore the efforts you made for Kenya to realize devolution. Please, may we accord His Excellency, Engineer Dr. Raila Amolo Odinga, a hearty round of applause. We thank you for your efforts. Welcome, Latif. Karibu Daktari.
Thank you very much, Bagi. Good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, and delegates. Welcome to the Devolution Conference 2025. To the Right Honorable former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga. To kick off this program, I'd like to call up on stage the Chief Whip of the Council of Governors, who is also the Governor of the great county of Nandi, His Excellency Governor Stephen Sang, to come and run the program, which will include taking us through the journey of devolution in the form of a video. Governor Sang.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Karibuni sana, thank you, and welcome to this session. Again, Baba is in the house. Karibu, Your Excellency. The theme, an applause for Baba, please. The theme for this 9th Devolution Conference is for the people, for prosperity. Devolution as a catalyst of equality, equity, inclusion, and social justice. All of you will agree that if there is one Kenyan who personifies this theme, is none other than Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya, Baba mwenyewe. And therefore, we are very honored, Baba, that you could find time to be here with us. You have been part and parcel of the devolution journey in this country, and we are excited as a devolution family to have you around. We will start this session with a video, and the technical team, can you share? We will start with a small video on this, capturing this theme on behalf of the Council of Governors. Let's have that video, then we will proceed to the remarks. Technical team, please.
Kenya's devolution story is one of transformation, of power, resources, and responsibilities brought closer to the people, of voices heard, and of lives changed. From the vibrant urban centers to the serene countryside villages, devolution has touched every corner of our nation. But what does it truly mean for the people?
Devolution inamaanisha resources zimetufikia huko mashinani.
Service ililetwa kutoka juu mpaka chini.
Wale wamechaguliwa mashinani wanafika kwa ile sehemu kila pahali.
Over the last 12 years, county governments have been at the center of service delivery. While significant progress has been made, there's a pressing demand for increased accountability, transparency, and inclusive governance in addressing the needs of the people.
Services ambazo tulikuwa tunapata national government sasa tunaipata mashinani.
We are at a defining moment in Kenya's history. It is time for the national and county governments to listen to the voices and expectations of the people and take actions that lead to the realization of the promises of devolution.
Changamoto moja ya mkulima ni lack of funds.
Tuko wagonjwa watano, lakini 5 machines are not working.
We usually don't have the support from the government when it comes to sickle cell.
Equity, inclusion, and social justice are not just ideals, they are constitutional tenets owed to the people of Kenya. Devolution has reshaped Kenya's governance structures, empowering counties to deliver essential services from pre-primary education to healthcare, agriculture extension, trade, infrastructure, water, sanitation, and housing.
Devolution imenisaidia sana. Kama si devolution singetokea. Ningekuwa tu nakaa mashinani naambiwa wanawake hawafai kufanya kazi. Lakini juu ya devolution, at least naweza jituma na napenda kazi yangu.
Despite the challenges since 2013, the impact of devolution is undeniable. You can see it, touch it, and feel it. Change is unfolding, one community at a time.
Before the unit was opened, we had a challenge. Most mothers opted to deliver at home, and we really had a lot of mortality. But once this unit was established, we are getting a lot of mothers are now coming to this hospital.
Wenye tuliletwa ilikuwa 1.3. Sasa nimeweka huko for that time, ameongeza amefika mpaka 1.9.
Nilianza dialysis last year kwa hospitali hapa, na this service imetusaidia sana. Patient wanatoka mbali na the best service ni hapa. Kwa county government tunaomba bado tuongezewe sheets patients wengi.
We usually have a very long list of patients who needs the services around. So if more machines could be added, we can accommodate more patients.
I'm a farmer. I'm doing maize, sorghum, sunflower, cotton, and beans. The seeds were given out to us by the county government.
Nalima mboga na nalipa school fees. Owitina tunaye mambo ka ebinda ya mbuga zizoka. Na yutu mambo ka ebinda yonde. Twimake lambo karuka baitu ka imambemba, tukabanda mama. Kede yutu ina tena munguno tunedana tena.
Kama iko kitu sasa inalete roho pande hii na watu wameshambulia kupanda, ni mambo ya kahawa sasa hivi. Siku hizi hata wakina mama wanapanda, mzee amekatia mama. Sasa mama ako na akaunti yake analeta hapo. Sasa hii wakina mama wawajiliwa tena ikao yao.
Tumekuwa na changamoto sana za soko, upande wa soko, kwa sababu kuna madalali wengi wao wanaingilia famu imposizio wakati wakija kwa mauzo yao.
Tunapata changamoto ya barabara. Inakuwa saa zingine nyanya ikiwa imeiva sana kwa shamba, nyingi inaharibikia kwa shamba kwa sababu ya barabara.
Huu mradi, haya maji yalianza kama ya community members.
Zamani ilikuwa chafu, ukienda kuichota unakanyaga matope chini ndio uchote maji. Maji saa hii imepita imeenda mpaka kwa maboma.
Mambo ya maji. Kuenda huko nilikuanga msimu. Unaenda huko safari 2, 3, umechoka. Wakapima wakasema, "Madhe, tunataka hii maji kufikia." Na fanyeni haraka, oneni vile niko. Basi ndio wakaniletea hiyo maji. Nilifurahi, watoto yangu niliona furaha.
Members wao ni wale watu hawana income ambayo wanaweza kutegemea. Tuko 600 members.
Mbele ni sikuwahi kukaa nyumba kubwa hii kama hii ya 2 bedroom. Niliishi kukaa ronda single room pale ya Praska.
faida rabbi ngudan sababu zanda kwa rabbi male bilo adenke ijabu findade qaban ma haddi rabbi qaban bokaidur trop.
Kwa watoto imetunufaisha sana. Ya kwanza hatukuwa na madarasa, tumejengewa madarasa. Kitambo tulikuwa tunahangaika sana. Kwa kunakuwa na mafuriko, classes kunafurika, matope kila mahali, but now tumejengewa classes mpya za kisasa na tunashukuru serikali ya county sana kwa kutujengea.
Mbeleni kama hata alikuwa anakuja late, sasa hii anataka mwisho mapema akuwe mtoto wa kwanza. Juu kuna vitu ya kuchezea kupenda.
Ningemuomba gavana wetu ajiri walimu na ajiri even the mentors, alafu aongezee walimu wengine kwa haya madarasa ndio hawa watoto waweze kupata haya masomo bora.
At the heart of good governance lies active civic engagement. Counties are championing transparency and accountability through civic education and public participation frameworks that involve citizens in decision making.
Siku za public participation zao wanafanyaga siku za soko, ambayo hiyo wakati huo ndio mfanyi biashara iko very busy.
But the conversation must not end there. Public participation is not just a constitutional requirement, it's the cornerstone of citizen-driven development. The dialogue between leaders and the people must remain dynamic, deliberate, and decisive.
Juzi tulienda huko public participation huko chini, maneno ya devolution. Sisi wananchi tulisikia maneno ni mzuri kwa devolution.
Civic engagement empowers communities to raise their voices, demand services, and push for change.
We are here only to seek for justice. We are not here to cause any chaos.
But for that change to last, it must be rooted in social justice. Governments must address systemic inequalities so that everyone has access to resources and opportunities, not just the privileged few, but also the marginalized, minority groups, the vulnerable, and persons with disabilities.
We have really benefited from the county government. When we need pambas, when we need sanitary pads, they have given us and listening here.
Imetusaidia sana kwa sababu imetusaidia na vitu nyingi. Hadi imetusaidia na wheelchairs, hatukuwa na wheelchairs. Hata shukrani kwenu kunisaidia.
Tunataka serikali ilete training kwa watu, kwa community. Wafunzwe right zetu, wafunzwe ile tunaweza. Sisi ni watu kama wale wengine. Now we have to do anything.
County governments have rolled out social protection initiatives from feeding programs, cash transfers, and community support to affirmative action.
Chanjo bado zaendelea. Watoto wa miezi 9 mpaka miaka 14. Chanjo.
Inclusion is no longer a promise, it's a practice, but the work is not done. Counties must engage better at the grassroots, use data to track vulnerability, and implement targeted policies to ensure no one is left behind.
Nafurahia sana kuwa mzazi hapa. Tangu devolution ikuje, nimebenefit sana. Upande wa chakula iko sawa sababu mtoto wangu anakuja ameshiba.
My younger siblings are given 2 eggs, a packet of milk and lunch.
Lishe mashuleni na pesa mashuleni imesaidia watoto kuongezeka.
About the feeding program, it does improve the performance of the learners because the learners get that milk, they will feel satisfied, and then as we continue in class.
Financing remains a major challenge for devolution. Counties continue to face delayed disbursements, inadequate funding, and legislative bottlenecks. To unlock progress, national and county governments, the private sector, and development partners must collaborate to finance devolved services. The national government must ensure timely and equitable revenue sharing, while counties must prioritize fiscal discipline, efficient use of resources, and improved local revenue collection. Only then can devolution thrive. Only then will services reach the people.
Kuna kazi kwenye tunafanya bila president au bila gavana. Tunataka kazi ifanywe na hiyo watu wote. Tuungane tu kwa moja, alafu tufanye kazi mzuri. Tu akipanga sisi tukae mzuri kwa mamesa, hata hiyo pesa yao watasanya mzuri, watakuwa mzuri.
The next chapter of devolution is ours to write, with the voices of the people heard, and duty bearers taking deliberate action, we can accelerate the realization of equity, inclusion, and social justice for all. This is Kenya's story, a story still being written by 47 counties, by 50 million voices, by all of us.
Thank you, the technical team, and an applause for that. Thank you very much. We'll now get into a session of very few remarks. We appreciate that yesterday we stretched this session a bit longer. Today, we hope to manage time adequately, and therefore the first remarks by the Senate Minority Leader, Senator Justice Retired Stewart Madzayo, to come, the Senator for Kilifi, to come and make his remarks. Karibu sana, Senator. Let's appreciate Senator Madzayo, the Minority Leader. Karibu sana. Karibu sana.
Asante, Governor Sang. The Right Honorable Prime Minister, Baba Raila Amolo Odinga, the Cabinet Secretary present, I can see my brother Duale, colleagues at the Senate, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and privilege to address you today at this critical moment of our nation's journey. As we gather under the powerful theme, for the people, for prosperity, devolution as a catalyst for equity, inclusion, and social justice. 12 years since inception of county governments, we stand at a crossroad, a moment just not to reflect, but to re-engineer and take stock of the gains and challenges of devolution. I'm truly delighted that the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Baba Raila Amolo Odinga, who is our chief guest today, his presence graces this occasion with immense significance. As the undisputed architect and tireless champion of devolution in Kenya, he has stood firm in the face of resistance, pushing boundaries and breaking barriers to give power back to the people. We profoundly recognize you, Baba, as the father of devolution, a visionary whose unwavering commitment has laid the foundation for a more inclusive, equitable, and empowered nation. We owe you profound debt of gratitude. Na leo, Baba, nimesikia neno hapa ambalo pia mimi nimekubaliana nalo, ya kwamba wewe ni mkunga wa ugatuzi. Mkunga means wewe ndio uliezaa ugatuzi. Kwa hiyo sisi tunajivunia. It has also been a profound honor to walk this devolution journey since 2013, standing with and serving the people of Kilifi and Kenya as a whole through every challenge and triumph. Devolution, being the key pillar of our Constitution, has brought governance and equitable distribution of resources closer to the people, and it has enabled communities across the country to participate more directly in shaping their development priorities and assessing essential services. This conference offers a critical opportunity to reflect on the progress made and to explore ways of strengthening and refining our current systems. By bringing it together, policymakers, development partners, and private sector, academia, civil society, and wananchi, we are fostering a collaborative environment where inclusive dialogue can drive actionable solutions. Together, we seek to enhance the effectiveness of devolved governance and ensure it continues to serve as a catalyst for equity, inclusion, and sustainable prosperity. In Kilifi County, we are painfully aware of the social-economic disparities and the historical marginalization that have stifled our potential, from high rates of teenage pregnancies to limited access to health care in rural wards. These are not just development statistics, they are human rights violations. I'm reminded of the Shakahola massacre that remains a deep stain on Kenya's human rights record, a horrific reminder of what happens when the most basic rights are ignored. It must not be seen as an isolated incident, but as a warning sign of deeper structural and governance gaps. Both nationally and county governments must act decisively, not just to bring justice to the victims, but to ensure that such tragedy never happens again. Subnational governments must also integrate human rights-based approaches to planning, budgeting, and service delivery. That means involving wananchi in decisions that affect them. It means accountability not just upwards to national and county governments, but outward to the people we serve. We cannot go backwards on the aspects of devolution. And whereas I appreciate the stride made by the national government in releasing funds to the counties, delayed disbursements of funds is still a major challenge. And the persistent wrangles between the Senate and the National Assembly only worsens this concern. For devolution to work, we must stop the tug of war played in Parliament and work together for the greater good of the counties. That said, the governors need to be accountable and ensure that each and every monies that the senators fight for is for the benefit of the devolved functions, and it includes health, agriculture, water, and other essential services. 12 years since its inception, of the county governments, we stand at a crossroad, a moment not just to reflect, but to re-engineer and take stock of the gains and challenges of devolution. I'm truly delighted that the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Baba Raila Amolo Odinga, has made his presence here to grace this occasion. Finally, I would like to conclude, for counties to truly become vehicles of equity and inclusion, they must go beyond the service delivery and embed the principles of justice and dignity into every aspect of governance. This requires a shift of mindset, investments in all systems that listen to and work for all people, and the political will to dismantle structural inequalities from the ground upwards. Baba Raila Amolo Odinga, tunakushukuru sana wewe kwa kuwa mkunga au mwanzilishi wa ugatuzi katika Kenya. Asante sana.
Let's appreciate Minority Leader in the Senate. Asante sana. The next would be remarks by the Senate Majority Leader, Senator Aaron Cheruiyot, and the remarks will be made on his behalf by Senator Professor Margaret Kamar. Let's appreciate Professor Kamar as she comes and delivers this remarks on behalf of the Majority Leader, Senator Aaron Cheruiyot. Karibu, Professor.
Thank you, Governor Sang. Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga, the father of devolution, as we all know, the chairperson of the Council of Governors, Honorable FCPA Ahmed Abdullahi, the host governor, Honorable Gladys Wanga, the leader of minority who has just spoken, cabinet secretaries led by the Honorable Aden Duale, members of the judiciary who are here, members of the diplomatic corps who are here, members of parliament who are here, development partners, citizens of Kenya, ladies and gentlemen. Mine is going to be a brief one because I'm here, Your Excellency, for two things. One is to give an apology on behalf of the leader of majority, Senator Aaron Cheruiyot, who was supposed to be here but was caught up with some assignment and couldn't come. He gives his apology. Number two, I would like to take the opportunity to introduce very briefly the senators who are here. If you can be upstanding just for 1 minute. I would like to introduce the host senator who spoke yesterday, Moses Kachwang, the senator of Nandi, Senator Chirarkei, the senator of West Pokot, Senator Murgor, the senator of Elgeyo Marakwet, Senator Gisang, the senator of Tana River, or we call it River Tana, the Mheshimiwa Munkatana, the senator of Nyeri, Senator Wamatinga, the Honorable Senator Hamida, who is nominated, and the Senator Mutinda. Thank you very much. You may take your seats. If I have not seen you, I apologize. If you are a senator sitting somewhere I cannot see. With those remarks, Your Excellency, I will go straight away to read the message that came from the leader of majority from the Senate. It is with profound honor and immense privilege that I join you at this second biannual Devolution Conference following the transition from the annual Devolution Conference, and I've given his apology why he's not here. The Devolution Conference, and this one in particular, serves as a pivotal platform for pertinent stakeholders to exchange exemplary practices, share experiences, evaluate the accomplishments achieved in the implementation of devolution, and identify both opportunities and challenges that have been encountered in the last 11 and a half years. This forum aims to facilitate necessary adjustments in pursuit of the effective execution of the devolved system of governance. It is imperative to acknowledge the enduring clamor for reformed constitution frameworks and a transformation of governance structure within the Republic of Kenya. The Constitution 2010, and we are happy that the Honorable Amolo Odinga is here with us, the Right Honorable, Your Excellency, is with us because you are the one who pushed so hard to have the Constitution of Kenya 2010 promulgated in 2010. When the Constitution was promulgated, it made provisions for a devolved system of governance as captured under Chapter 11 of the Constitution, and whose objects and principles are also provided for under Articles 174 and Articles 175 of the Constitution. And the roles are well stipulated between the two levels of government in Schedule 4 of the Constitution. Your Excellency and distinguished participants, it is in the facilitation of the functioning and operations of the devolved governments, the Constitution under Article 203(2) provides for a 15% of the equitable share of the national revenue to be allocated to the county governments. The county governments may also receive additional allocations from the national revenue, either conditionally or unconditionally, under Articles 202(2) of the Constitution. Resources are also provided under Article 204(2) through the Equalization Fund to provide basic services, including water, roads, health facilities, and electricity to marginalized areas to achieve the same level of development as other parts of the country in the principle of equity. The county governments are also empowered under Article 209 of the Constitution to raise their own revenue through what we call the own source revenue, in addition to the equitable revenue that is given by the national government. The Senate diligently fulfills its constitutional obligation of legislation, oversight, and representation concerning the formulation of the pertinent legislation related to revenue sharing, exemplified by the Division of Revenue Act, the County Allocation of Revenue Act, and the County Government's Additional Allocations Act. These legal provisions are paramount for the allocation of resources to devolved governments, which are indispensable for fostering socioeconomic development and throughout the nation. Your Excellency, the devolved system of governance is founded upon the principles of being citizen-centric, rooted in equity, inclusion, and social justice. The execution of devolution is intricately woven into both national and international development frameworks. This alignment is articulated through initiatives such as the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, the Kenya Vision 2030, the East African Community Vision 2060, and the African Union Agenda 2063, and the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. It is fundamental to appreciate the milestones and achievements that have been realized in various sectors since the implementation of devolution, which has been ongoing in the last almost 12 years. The devolved governments have made significant strides in the development of health facilities, human capital development, development of modern early childhood education centers and vocational training institutions, provision of platforms for public participation, industrial development in processing and value addition, infrastructure development, promoting agricultural production and development of water infrastructure, among others, and we appreciate that from our county executives. From where we sit in the Senate, Your Excellency, the county governments have also made progress in addressing issues of inequalities, marginalization, and inclusion of vulnerable members of society, such as the children, the youth, women, persons living with disabilities, the elderly, through providing opportunities and financial assistance, which are vital attributes to social justice and inclusion. Distinguished participants, Your Excellency, it's also imperative to recognize that the devolved system of governance grapples with a plethora of challenges that persist as significant impediments to effective implementation. Among these challenges are, first, the incomplete transfer of devolved functions alongside their corresponding resources. We are very happy that His Excellency the President yesterday did announce the gazettement, which has actually been done, of a good number of the functions that have now been released. And we are very grateful for that. The next agenda would therefore be for the IGTRC to start costing these functions so that they don't just get devolved, but devolution be followed by the resources. There is also the challenge of delayed disbursement of the equitable share between the national government and the county governments. Of course, there is also the challenge of misappropriation of funds by county governments, as we have identified from where we sit. There are leadership disputes also that have culminated in impeachments and the emergence of factions within county leadership, not just in the executive, but also in the county assemblies. In this regard, there is need for appropriate actions to be taken through consultations and cooperation among all relevant stakeholders to provide the much-needed reforms that may assist the devolved governments in the achievements of the objectives of devolution, as well as the fulfillment of the national values and principles and the principles of governance. This takes cognizance of the aspirations of all Kenyans for a government based on the essential values of human rights, equity, freedom, democracy, social justice, and the rule of law as espoused in the preamble of our Constitution. This devolution conference, therefore, Your Excellency, serves as an invaluable platform for introspection and assessment of the feedback regarding both the achievements and deficiencies, allowing for a strategic recalibration aimed at transforming county governments into robust institutions that catalyze socioeconomic advancement within our republic. With those remarks, Your Excellency, I want to thank you and thank all the participants for listening to this message from the Senate. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Professor Kamar again. It's now my pleasure to invite the Cabinet Secretary for Ministry of Health, the one and only Honorable Aden Bare Duale, to come and make his remarks. Karibu sana Waziri. Let's appreciate Waziri as he comes to make his remarks. Karibu.
Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, a man who has initiated me into politics in 2005. Your Excellency, the Governor of Homabay, Honorable Gladys Wanga, one of my very, very good legislator when I was the leader of majority, the chair of the Council of Governors, Excellencies governors, deputy governors, colleagues from both the Senate and the National Assembly, colleagues from both levels of government, our development partners, Honorable Excellency, former Prime Minister, as we come to the day 2 of the Devolution Conference, let me first extend my heartfelt appreciation to Homabay County for its warm hospitality, and also to the Right Honorable Raila Odinga for his enduring leadership in advancing equity and justice. The theme for the people, for posterity, devolution as a catalyst for equity, inclusion, and social justice, reflects devolution as our constitutional and moral compass. It reaffirms our past 2 days as a powerful driver of an inclusive prosperity, tangible equity, and effective governance. Social justice, Honorable Prime Minister, demands that every Kenyan has an equitable access to opportunities. He has equitable access to protections, and he has equitable access to essential services. A goal that devolution advances by bringing government closer to the people, correcting historical imbalances, and ensuring fairness in the distribution of resource allocation. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Prime Minister, guided by this principle, our health reforms under the universal health coverage focuses on 4 key pillars: human resource for health, making sure equitable deployment of skilled health workers, integrating community health promoters into the formal system, and scaling up specialized training to ensure we have skilled care in every county. And Honorable Prime Minister, as a person who worked with you during the 2010 Constitution, I am still and will always believe that devolution was right, devolution has done the best, and the days when decisions were made for our country from the street of Harambee House or Harambee Street, where you have one side the office of the president, and the other side you have the National Treasury, and all other related offices, including the Judiciary, the Public Service Commission, the Office of the Attorney General, Parliament. I think that is what made us go for devolution. So I still believe, and that's why I want to confirm that I am one minister who has a very good working relationship, and I want to thank the leadership of the Council of Governors, their CECs, for health, and the entire health team at the counties that because of my belief in devolution and health is devolved, I work with the Council of Governors and the entire leadership at our counties very well. On health financing, restructuring through social health insurance with the dedicated funds for primary health care, chronic illness and emergencies, while we are leveraging on public-private partnership to expand our physical space. These health reforms are already delivering tangible gains, reducing maternal mortality, expanding our ICU and HDU capacity along our counties and our referral hospitals, improving our immunization coverage, and enhancing access to oncology, dialysis, and other specialized services. However, challenges remain, including limited physical space, health workforce gaps, emerging health threats, and inequities in access. But these are addressed through devolution, innovation sharing, and collaboration and partnership across our counties. Honorable former Prime Minister and Excellencies Governors, ultimately, social justice in healthcare demands quality care that is accessible, affordable, and dignity. And from Homabay to Turkana, Mandera and Nairobi, it's for this reason that the ministry's reforms and the spirit of devolution reinforces and amplifies each other. Our work is about the people, their dignity, their opportunities, and their future. We have both the responsibility and the means to make social justice a lived reality through a well-governed, well-resourced, people-centered health system. Your Excellency, the Prime Minister, before I conclude, I want to make a confession. Because there are many people here who say the former Prime Minister is the father of devolution. Maybe they have read in the newspapers, maybe they heard through the TV, but I was there on the table when you fought for devolution as a member of parliament for Langata and as a Prime Minister. You fought for devolution in Naivasha, in the morning and in the wee hours of the night, navigating the political turmoil of that time. You fought for three things among many things. Three were irreducible minimum for you, because I was a member of ODM, and I'm happy Senator of Siaya and my long-term lawyer who defended me in many petitions, election petitions, is sitting here. And also, the man who first signed my nomination certificate to go to Parliament, Professor Anyang' Nyong, is sitting here. You fought for many things, but you had three irreducible minimum. You achieved two. You achieved devolution, and you achieved, and you helped us as a community, the Muslim community, the Qadi's court to be entrenched in the Constitution. And I can tell you without fear of contradiction that when history is written, the Muslim community in our country will remember your position. But you fought for also a parliamentary system of government. Kenyans fight every election because of bombers. You wanted to devolve the presidential election through a parliamentary system of government, where one day a son in Turkana or from Kuria will ascend and become the Prime Minister of Kenya. That did not happen. It didn't happen, but at least in everything that you look for, you don't get 100%. We got a good constitution with a very good Bill of Rights. Devolution was key. And just to pick on the region where I come from, former Prime Minister, before devolution, the 3 districts of Northeastern and the 3, which are now the 3 counties of Garissa, Wajir, and Mandera, used to receive a paltry 1 billion shilling in one financial year for development. Today, because of devolution, Garissa, Wajir, Mandera combined receives close to 30 billion. That is because of what you did as our leader then and our leader now, that you fought for the Bill of Rights that we have today. We fought together with the great minds here, an independent judiciary, an independent parliament. But because this is a devolution conference, I want to thank you on behalf of the people that were with you, some here, some who are not there. The challenges we faced in making sure that devolution was entrenched, that governance was given to the people of Kenya, and the sharing of their resources was given to the people of Kenya. And that is why, again, you have remained consistent and fidelity to devolution. A number of times, colleagues, my former colleagues in Parliament, National Assembly, ask me, why is the former Prime Minister sometimes hard on us when it comes to the Senate? And I want to say it here. The Senate is the custodian of devolution. The former Prime Minister made his time with Professor Nyang' Nyong'o and many people who also became senators. But today, the custodian of devolution is Senate. That is the institution created by the Constitution. And just to conclude, no community, devolution was to make sure every Kenyan, regardless of his community, religion, and his location, are equal before the Constitution and before God. And that is why we want to say, if you want to aspire to be a leader in the Republic of Kenya, you must have certain credentials. You must be ready to speak for the El Molos on the shores of Lake Turkana. You must speak for all religions, and you must speak for all communities. And you must speak for Kenya. You can speak for your community, you can speak for your religion, and you can speak for your region. Kenya is one indivisible nation with one flag, one map, a member of the East African Community. And in conclusion, on behalf of the Ministry of Health, I reaffirm our belief together we can ensure devolution truly delivers for the people, for posterity, and for justice. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the Republic of Kenya.
Another round of applause for Waziri. It's now my honor to invite our gracious host, the Governor for Homabay, Her Excellency Gladys Wanga, to make her remarks, and in turn invite the Chair of COG. Karibu sana.
Asante sana, Governor Sang. Our chief guest,
today, the Right Honorable the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga, the Chair of the Council of Governors, His Excellency FCPA Ahmed Abdullahi, fellow governors who are present today, the Cabinet Secretary of the Ministry of Health, Minority Leader of the Senate, and members of Parliament present, members of the National Assembly are present here today, deputy governors, led by my own deputy governor, who I want to recognize, Yugi Magwanga. Thank you very much. Members of county assemblies and their speakers, led by our speaker, Polika Pokombo, and the majority leader, Richard Ogindo. Thank you very much. County Executive Committee members, led by the Cabinet, the County Executive Committee members of Homabay. If you're anywhere, please rise for recognition. Thank you very much, Dr. Agili and Engineer Munga. Members of constitutional commissions and independent officers, development partners, private sector and academia. The first gentleman of Homabay, Mr. Wanga, please just rise for recognition. Thank you very much for bringing me from the Kano side here to Homabay. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Right Honorable Prime Minister, Your Excellency, with your permission, I would like to introduce the local leaders who are present here today, because we are hosting this not just as a county government, but together with our national leaders and members of the County Assembly, and as a region as well. So the local leaders present, please rise for recognition. Our local MPs. I'd like to start with Honorable Millie Mabona, Whip of the National Assembly, Minority Whip, who I think has stepped out, and Honorable Dr. Lillian Gogo, who has also stepped out. Honorable Dr. Ivo Bara, please just wave, Member of Parliament for Kabondo Kasipul. Honorable Martin Owino, Ward Chief, Member of Parliament for Ndiwa. Honorable Dr. Joyce Osogo Bensuda, County MP for Homabay. Honorable Adipo Andrew Okwome, Member of Parliament for Karachuonyo. We have also the Speaker of the County Assembly of Nairobi, who is also a son of the soil here in Homabay. Thank you for rising. Honorable Peter Pondokaluma, our host, Member of Parliament for Homabay Town Constituency. Our Honorable Senator for Homabay County, Senator Moses Kajwang, who is also Chair of the Public Accounts Committee of the Senate. Members of County Assembly of Homabay, if you're here, please rise for recognition. Thank you very much. Those are the honorable members of the County Assembly of Homabay. It is my great honor to welcome you to this second day of the Devolution Conference 2025. I see most of you are in high spirits, a sign that Homabay has warmly embraced you. The pleasant weather, the vibrant ambience, hospitable people, the rich culture, and the delicious cuisine have always been kind to our guests, and I'm confident that you have seen, as our Senator said yesterday, that something good can come from Homabay. The theme of the day is human rights and social justice. I am especially proud to welcome to DevCon 2025 in Homabay my party leader, the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga Baba, who has a long track record of fighting for human rights and social justice. He's the father of Katiba 2010 and the father of devolution. His steadfast support and championship of devolution, sometimes even remaining alone in that fight, instills immense confidence in us. It feels as though we are in safe hands, ready to share first-hand accounts of our progress and challenges in his presence. With Baba, we share in the belief that counties should be given more funding. Simply put, funds must follow devolved functions.
Upon devolving the functions of health, agriculture, roads, and water, we ought to have seen serious restructuring in line ministries to release funds to devolved units. The sub-theme for Devolution Conference 2025, Re-engineering County Governments to Accelerate Development and Close the Socioeconomic Divide, demands a bold examination of devolution successes and setbacks after 13 years. Many inspiring stories of devolution's impact have been shared across the 47 counties. I want to share on our Homabay's achievements on county functions and impactful devolution stories with our successful programs. Let me start with a story I love to repeat in Homabay, that we are the bay of endless potential, but with limited resources. The vision is an elephant, Kaliech, with resources like a rabbit, Apuoyo. In education, in the last 10 years since devolution, from 2013 to 2022, we had constructed 23 classrooms. In the last 2.5 years, we have been able to build 243 early years classrooms under the Ondoa Kaunda initiative, ensuring that our young children learn in dignified facilities. The hallmark of this initiative is a labor-based approach, giving each of our eye centers 1 million shillings for construction by the local community. Our Fins to Swim scholarship supports 623 bright but needy students, about 40% of whom are girls, through secondary school up to university. The Fundimangula program has enrolled 600 youth who have graduated and another 600. Now we are having 1,200 students going through a vocational training scholarship program. We partner with KCB in this program under the KCB to Jiajiri. Some of our Fundimangula beneficiaries have been involved in development of projects like the Ondoa Kaunda and the Affordable Housing Project. Our bursary program supports over 20,000 beneficiaries every year, 800 from each of the 40 wards identified through the village cluster public participation framework. In the 3 years of my administration since 2022, we have a cumulative number of 81,860 beneficiaries. In healthcare, we have used our on-source revenue that we grew to a high of 1.729 billion in the financial year 2024-25, using the cashless, fully automated system to fund critical services. At the level 5 Homabay County Teaching and Referral Hospital, we are constructing a 5-story accident and emergency block, which will be complete by December, and a funeral parlor, which is already complete, to give our people a dignified send-off. Our referral hospital features a new outpatient block, an upgraded maternity wing, and other improvements using the resources that we've been able to raise. The Health Facility Improvement Fund has upgraded 70 facilities in various parts of the county, including Rachuanyo East, Sena in Fangano Island, Your Excellency, which you came and opened with us in Soklo up there, Pala, the Tomboya Health Facility in Bita, and among others. On wellness and climate change interventions, we have set up green spaces, including the Governor's Park and the Arboretum, which you have just visited this afternoon, and the sports programs, including the Genoa Governor's Cup every year, and partnership with the Akakoro Football Academy, who are setting up a modern academy in Diwa. On trade and markets, for our community empowerment through the Inua Boda Boda initiative, each of our 40 Boda Boda circles across the 40 wards received 1 million shillings on grant to be able to empower them, to be able to get them to get their own motorbikes instead of riding on behalf of others. In efforts to bolster commerce and give dignity to our traders, modern markets are currently under construction in Rodikopany and Kendube, Misambi, as well as Sindo, Luanda, and Diwa. Projects that are delivering transformative economic spaces. On county roads, we continue to invest in accessibility and mobility, opening up 518 kilometers of new roads, rehabilitating 319 kilometers, maintaining 551 kilometers, and reconstructing and maintaining over 6,000 culverts, which offer critical lifelines that connect our markets, sports grounds, and communities, ensuring cohesion and opportunity across every ward. In agriculture, we have transformed Homabay into an agricultural producer county. We have harnessed our agricultural potential with projects and investments, and the results are promising. We lead in national production of several value chains. We are number 1 producers of sweet potatoes, number 2 producers of cotton, only number 2 to Lamu, number 1 producers of groundnuts, number 1 producers of sunflower, number 1 producers of soya beans, number 3 producers of millet, and number 17 producer of coffee in the country. We are now growing coffee in Homabay. Mbesha is coming to our farmers for them to uplift their livelihoods. My passion in agricultural productivity, the intersection of food security, agro-processing, trade, job creation, and enhanced farmers' incomes, leading to tremendous economic growth to deliver Homabay City in a decade. Full devolution with attendant funding will give good national economic outcomes in the 47 counties. In the next national planning cycle, like Vision 2030, devolution should be a key pillar. We commend the current administration for allocating 415 billion to counties, although, Your Excellency, you had said we should get to at least 450 billion, and the council had said at least 530 billion. So we are at 415 and we appreciate, but we hope that we can get to even higher amounts. Your Excellency, to promote inclusion, 2 days ahead of the Devolution Conference, we ran a hackathon competition which brought young people from all 47 counties, and they were called ethical hackers. They were coding, and the title of that was Hacking 48 Governments in 48 Hours. We saw impressive solutions on effective public participation, health diagnostics, and managing road accidents through monitoring speed. In technology, we will involve the youth and get their innovation on board. As I conclude, Your Excellency, Prime Minister, allow me to once again really thank my colleague governors, led by the Chair of the Council of Governors, for accepting that Homabay would be the host of this year's Devolution Conference. It looked like a pipe dream when we began to discuss it with Senator Kajwang when we were just elected. But we are very, very glad that colleague governors accepted that this small county, sometimes considered on the very far end of the world, be able to host this conference. I'd like to thank the chair of the steering committee, Governor Mutahi Kahiga, who has made several trips to Homabay in the process of planning. I'd like to thank the COG Secretariat team, led by the CEO, Madam Mary Mwiti, and the entire Secretariat. They have made trips here, they have spent sleepless nights. I know that seeing that this conference has become such a huge success gives you great satisfaction. I'd also like to thank very much my team, the county team that worked together with the COG team to deliver on this conference. Finally, I look forward to hosting you tonight to a sumptuous dinner at the Governor's Park. Tafadhali, this evening, there's dinner and ohangla at the Governor's Park. Please do not miss to attend the dinner this evening. Erokamana hinya, God bless you, and welcome once again to Homabay County. Let me take this opportunity to welcome to the stage the indomitable chair of the Council of Governors, the Governor of Wajir County, the land of camels, Governor FCPA Ahmed Abdullahi. Tafadhali tumpigie makofi our chairman as he comes to deliver his address.
Very good. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Governor Gladys Wanga. Our chief guest for the day the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, Prime Minister, Excellency Governors and Deputy Governors who are here, the Cabinet Secretary for Health, the Honorable Aden Duale, Senators, Honorable Members of the National Assembly, representatives of the Judiciary, leaders of Homabay County and the Greater Nyanza region, Excellency Ambassadors and High Commissioners, Principal Secretaries, Speakers and members of the county assemblies, all national and county government representatives, private sector, civil society representatives, development partners, international delegates, all delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Hamjambo. Good afternoon. Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, let me take a few minutes, first of all, to introduce the governors who are here, who will not have an opportunity to come and say something at the podium. All Excellency Governors, please. We have the host Governor, Gladys Wanga. We have my Vice Chair, I think, who is outside. We're expecting the Prime Cabinet Secretary to be here any time. He's probably waiting to receive him. He's gone out with Gladys. And then we have our whip of the Council of Governors. Your Excellency, the Council of Governors has 3 executive committee members who run the affairs of the Secretariat together with the Secretariat. And it's the Chair, the Vice Chair, and the whip is Governor Stephen Sang of Nandi. We have Governor Muthomi Njuki, who is our Chair of the Health Committee of the Council of Governors. We have Governor Cecily Mbarire, Governor of Embu County. She chairs resource mobilization for us. We have our Chair of Agriculture, Speaker Emeritus, who is the Governor of Bungoma, Kenneth Lusaka, Excellency Kenneth Lusaka. We also have Governor of Siaya County, James Orengo, Excellency James Orengo. We have the Governor of Kisumu County, who chairs for us the Committee on Lands, Housing, Urban Development, Excellency Professor Anyang' Nyong'o. And Your Excellency, there are many Deputy Governors also in attendance. But okay, we have other governors there. Governor Irungu Kangata of Muranga, Governor Simon Kachapin of West Pokot, Governor Dr. Wilbur Otichilo of Vihiga County, and Governor Professor Hilary Barchok of Bomet County. Thank you very much. Excellency, Right Honorable, there were other governors here, but some of them had to attend to other matters. The others? Your Excellency, I was only looking at this side. On that other side, we have Governor Julius Malombe, Governor of Kitui County. He's a returnee governor like me. There are 8 of us who served in the first cohort and were out and were re-elected. Your Excellency, I had a written speech here, but because we're all saying the same thing, I decided today I'll not read it. I'll just talk off the cuff, because the speech that people are waiting for is your speech. But I'll just say a few things, and I hope by the time I finish, the Right Honorable, the Prime Cabinet Secretary will be here so that he can speak before you. You are our chief guest for today. So we're also trying to avoid any protocol hitches. Your Excellency, may I take this opportunity to welcome you officially to DEFCON 2025. I want to say that in Kenya, There are different sets of truths. It appears that everyone makes their own set of truths. But there are three sets of truths that we all seem to agree on here. And you've heard that from the speakers who were here before me as well. Truth number one is that devolution has worked for Kenya. It has delivered. It has done its bit to equalize this country. The Right Honorable Prime Minister, we are not all students of history. No one in this room understands probably better than you. No one understands better than you in this room. Maybe the only other person who I would say has a lot of institutional memory and knowledge on our political history here is Professor Anyang' Nyong'o. No one understands better than you the history of Kenya, the first administration that we had, the system of Majimbo, how the Senate was killed, how they were made to serve the remaining bit of their term in the National Assembly then, and how a seat was created for each senator in their rural district, and with it ended devolution. With it ended Majimbo. Your Excellency, no one understands better than you the struggle for the second liberation, the various drafts that we had, the Yash Balgai team, the Bomas draft, and what then became the final consensus position of forming 47 governments based on the 1992 district boundaries. Devolution was your fight. It remains your fight, Your Excellency. I'll just speak to a few of the issues that we keep raising. Your Excellency, as Chair of Council, who is serving his second term, I have appreciated that, yes, devolution has been accepted. Yes, it has been given some resources. Yes, it's doing a lot of good work. But the centralist mindset in the national bureaucracy still regards devolution as a spoiler of things. It's still the scapegoat. It attracts more flack, more blame than resources. We still quarrel about the quantum of resources. And Gladys had mentioned that this year, as part of the MOU that you had with His Excellency the President, you had yourself suggested 450. We probably got the highest increase in a long time at about 30 billion, but we're still at 415. We're still struggling with issues to do with timely releases and timely disbursements. And what this does, Your Excellency, is that we end up in a situation where a nurse at Kenyatta National Hospital receives her salary at the end of the month, but in some counties, they have to wait for 3 months because not all counties have arrangements with commercial banks. We still contend with the question of respecting the functional integrity of the county governments, the question of clawbacks of functions that have been devolved, and the question of resources following functions. There's still a lot of duplication. There are things that ought to be done by the counties, which are still being financed through national government ministries, departments, and agencies. Your Excellency, counties have to still contend, and this is a matter that needs to be looked into, with a duplicity of oversight. Our understanding as governors was that the first level of oversight for the county governments was the county assemblies, and that governors will then be called to the Senate not as the first level of oversight, but to clarify certain things, probably audit reports, annual audit reports. And in fact, having served in the first court of governors, we only used to get invitations from the Peak Park Committee then. But now it's become customary that governors have to be called by departmental committees of the Senate. Your Excellency, whilst to date, not a single MCA, not a single member of parliament has had to be recalled. We have had at least 4 governors impeached, and I think there have been as many as 7 or 8 attempts. I had it on my phone, I can't remember offhand. How many? Mary? 8 attempted impeachments, many of whom were salvaged at Senate. The question then begs, Your Excellency, is it only governors? Are Kenyans only electing the wrong governors? Is it only governors that are so bad that they have to be impeached and can't finish their term? Of course, we have one instance of a deputy president that has been impeached. And up to date, I don't think we have a clear impeachment law for governors that sets the threshold. We're still relying on the constitutional provisions and the question of the County Governments Act. Your Excellency, the weaponization of the fight against corruption is another matter that we have to address openly. If you look at the annual budget, it's 10 to 13% of the annual budget that gets devolved, which means 87 to 90% of the budget is still sitting at the center. But this week, Your Excellency, the national media had headlines about corruption in counties, trying to take the thunder out of the devolution conference. It's as if the only thing the counties do is corruption. It is not the case. May I also take this opportunity to welcome the Prime Cabinet Secretary. You're most welcome, the Prime Cabinet Secretary. Karibu. I was buying a little bit of time so that you can come in. Thank you. So, Your Excellency, I'll move much faster. So I was talking about corruption. Yesterday, His Excellency the President, I think, in a very open and clear manner, spoke to the question of what I call non-executive corruption. Corruption in other arms of government. Your Excellency, as a Council of Governors, we feel that the fight against corruption has unfairly targeted governors, and it has been a case of calling devolution a bad name, so that along the way, there's a reason to kill it. That's not to say there's no corruption in counties. We have admitted as Kenyans that corruption pervades every aspect of our life. All we're saying is, let's fight all corruption. Your Excellency, I'm reminded that a lot of the governors who left office are in dire straits economically. Would actually want to be told how many of the choppers at Wilson belong to governors or former governors. Some of our colleagues who left office cannot afford to buy fuel. Yesterday, we heard how there is an impending law to give pension to MCAs. MPs have pension. Why can't governors have pension? Why do we want to pride as a nation that our governors, some of whom have served 2 terms, don't even have, in fact, had it not been for SHA, probably, medical cover? Your Excellency, my colleague from Garissa usually says being a governor is like working in a landmine. You have to buy your peace at every level. I don't think that is what devolution was meant to be, Your Excellency. And I'm saying these things because, coming back to the truths, the second truth is that you are the father of devolution. And I feel comfortable saying these things in your presence because I know you can address them and address all of us effectively on them. And the last truth, Your Excellency, before I call the Prime Cabinet Minister, Prime Cabinet Secretary rather, is that you remain the underwriter of political stability in Kenya. Your detractors will say all manner of things. The fact of the matter is that we almost lost this country as a result of the Gen Z protests and demonstrations, which turned into riots. You were magnanimous enough to allow members of your party to join government as ministers so that Kenya can be stable. Your Excellency, without Kenya being stable, a lot of these counties will be no more, because the architecture of our financial system here is that we depend largely on equitable share to provide services. So I want to ask you to continue being the father of devolution, the underwriter of devolution, and the stabilizer of the politics of Kenya. I thank you. And with that, Your Excellency, may I invite the Prime Cabinet Secretary to make his remarks before we invite you as our chief guest for today. That's how it has traditionally been. Prime Cabinet Secretary, please.
Homabay hoye! Homabay hoye! Umwami, the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga, all governors present, cabinet secretaries present, all our legislators who are present, all MCAs in the hall, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I will try and just make some 2 or 3 points, and then I will hand over my written remarks to the Chair of the Council, so that it can go into your library for further conversation at a later stage. So I'll completely reduce my remarks. But I just want to say that I'm happy. There's usually a phrase in English, they say, in the nick of time. I had seen the program and I was supposed to be scheduled to take the podium at about 4. But thanks to technology, because then I was able to realize that Umwami Raila has arrived, and I had to adjust my engagements elsewhere so that I can be here with him. So, and of course, let me give accolades to Governor Gladys Wanga and her team in the county for putting together a very, very colorful and important function for governors and for the country. Your Excellency Raila, we are standing here because devolution, in a way, is the product of different factions of our political landscape coming together. You will recall that after 2007-2008 elections, the Honorable Raila Odinga and the late Mwai Kibaki brought together what we commonly call the Grand Coalition Government. In the Grand Coalition Government, I was assigned the role of being Deputy Prime Minister and also Minister for Local Government. And through the leadership and guidance of the Honorable Raila and the late Mwai Kibaki, I spearheaded the sessional paper on devolved government under the Constitution of 2010, and also to ensure the 6 primary pieces of legislation to anchor the process of devolution and to have them ready on time for the general elections was a difficult task. The Prime Minister was very clear then that we must deliver on ensuring that we get to the next general election with devolution properly anchored and ready to go. So we did that, and in that parliament, the sessional paper was approved, and attached to the sessional paper were 6 pieces of legislation, which today formed the basis and the foundation for the devolved system of government. So I want to confirm what the chair of the governors was just saying a few minutes ago, that it is not fiction, it is a fact that Raila was at the center of ensuring that devolution takes root. Now, let me come to another very quick point. Maybe it has been said by previous speakers, but I normally wear my other hat once in a while to look at numbers. And in the past 11 years, we are now in the 12th, in terms of the consolidated figure of equitable share in revenue, county governments have received 3.6 trillion Kenya shillings, consolidated in the last 12 years. I will not go into the debate as to how you have utilized those resources. I think the best judges are the residents of your counties, and of course, the Auditor General, who from time to time is charged with the responsibility of scrutinizing how public resources have been utilized. Let me also highlight that through the media and previous contributors, there's been a lot of conversation around efficiency, proper utilization of resources, management of the payroll systems across the 47 countries, the effect of mismanagement to taxpayers. So I will not want to speak too much to that. But let me just highlight that we also have a record that there are about 688 delayed projects across 34 counties, valued at about 24 billion Kenya shillings. And in 33, there are also about 40 unutilized projects in 10 counties amounting to about 400 million Kenya shillings. These are issues that we need to look at. And abandoned projects, abandoned or maybe neglected. In 33 counties, we get a figure of about 20 billion worth of abandoned projects. That, again, becomes a matter of grave concern and critical action from our leaders across the board. Your Excellency, let me just pick up one more issue, well, two more issues really. One is that good policies are anchored on accurate and hygienic data, whether it is at the national level, at the county level, or even at sectoral level. I would want to urge that all county governments, if they can work systematically to strengthen their county statistical departments and capacity, so that accurate and hygienic data can be generated so that we can have a strong basis, data-driven insights into the challenges that face all our counties. Let me also flag something that we need to address, and I mean no ill will, but I'll give a very specific example. And I speak to this because it touches on the portfolio of foreign affairs directly. Sometimes how we manage investments and foreign investments in our counties is absolutely critical. Let me give you the example of a regrettable case in Meru County involving Leopard Rock Lodge. This was a luxury ecotourism facility which was built by a French investor at a cost of 500 million shillings. In 2019, the previous county administration, I'm not talking of the current one, I'm saying the previous one. That's why I said I mean no ill will. The previous county administration officials allegedly orchestrated forceful eviction of the investor, leading to the destruction of the lodge's infrastructure within Meru National Park. The investor, a French national, had legally leased the land and invested in this facility. But because of local politics, the damage was caused. This gentleman went to court. The courts ruled in favor of the investor, awarding compensation for breach of contract and unlawful eviction. The matter escalated internationally when the French embassy raised concerns with our national government, highlighting the damage to bilateral relations and investor confidence. Ultimately, in May 2025, the national government intervened at a cost of hundreds of millions of shillings, shifting the burden to taxpayers and underscoring how local missteps can impose national costs. So I thought this forum would be important for me to make a passionate appeal to Kenyans in all our 47 counties and leaders in all our 47 counties that competition for foreign direct investment is absolutely essential for growth, for employment, for revenue. And if we do not respect the rule of law in those counties, we cause a lot of damage and the consequences can be very grave. So I wish to encourage that we take corrective action and ensure that investments in our respective counties are properly safeguarded. Finally, let me just talk to the issue that still remains a crisis across the board. And this is garbage collection, solid waste management. 12 years into devolution, we still grapple with huge heaps of waste, blight in our urban and rural landscapes alike, posing severe threats to public health, the environment, and indeed our national dignity. Let us look at this area carefully. Garbage is big business. It's big business. You all know it. Your experts have told you about it. The question is, who is benefiting from this big business? Are we all losing? That, again, I pose as a rhetorical question to the leadership as we review our 12 years of devolution. Perhaps I may want to provoke the leadership of the Council of Governors. Perhaps, if it is not already there, perhaps we can introduce a rewarding innovation and sanctioning mechanism for counties that prove themselves in terms of waste management. Perhaps you can create awards where the resource allocation is increased if a county can properly demonstrate that they are able to deal with the solid waste challenge effectively, and those that may not be able to do so perhaps can be sanctioned so that they can also pull up their socks and not pull the other counties down. It might be, especially in this era of climate-related issues which are in vogue and which are important, maybe we should start looking for the Green County of the Year, the one that really steps out and is able to demonstrate that they are managing this particular challenge and in the process benefit from an elevated allocation during the revenue sharing mechanism. I'm speaking when I know there are legislators here, so perhaps they can refine this better as they reflect on some of these things. So I think I end there. But most important, devolution is and remains the most critical innovation within Kenya's constitutional framework. And whatever the challenges we face, I think it's important to acknowledge that the governors and their teams have made a difference in our society, and we challenge them to continue making that difference and making it even better as we go into the future. Thank you for listening to me. And now, I've been asked by the chair of the Council of Governors to request everybody to be upstanding so that we can usher in Umwami Raila Odinga so that he can come and give the final address. Kama kuna wimbo weka juu.
Thank you.
Asante. Thank you very much. You may be seated. The Prime Cabinet Secretary, Mwanawa Anna, my friend, the Chairman of the Council of Governors, our host today, the Governor of the great country of Homabay, all governors who are here, all honorable members of Parliament, distinguished guests, now wana Homabay, hamjambo. Hamjambo. Osaure Asante sana. I usually call my brother there Mwana wa Ana. And he has done a good job of introducing me here to this audience. I came earlier. I did not know that I was scheduled to talk at 5 o'clock. But I said, now that I'm here, because I'm here, I need to be given a chance to greet the people. So we are very happy that the county of Homabay is hosting this conference this year. Now we've been here just a few months ago when we had a very electrifying Madaraka Day 2 months ago. And it looks like Devolution 2025 is not any different. I was very happy and pleased when I arrived here, and I was taken to a park, just a small park in the Homabay, where this county is trying to remember a very great son of this county, the late Honorable Homabay. I was very, very pleased indeed, because Homabay was the architect of the devolution. I myself was very passionate about devolution, but Mbai had understood it much better than anybody else. So when we went to Bomas of Kenya, because I had hired him as my consultant. So when we went to Bomas of Kenya, and the debate started in earnest, and then I asked the chairman to give Mbai a chance to address the audience. When he spoke that day in Bomas of Kenya, and he spoke for nearly 10 minutes without break. And by the time he finished, the whole hall backed into cheers, and they all cheered Mbai and said that that gentleman should be the chairman of the Devolution Committee. And that is how it became, that Mbai became the chair of the Devolution Committee. And as the chair of the Devolution Committee, he navigated very dangerous corners, because as you know, I've been mentioning several times that devolution had then and even today very powerful enemies. He was able to create proper benchmarks to be met, and because of that he became a marks person. And as I've said several times, Mbai would not see the new constitution. In broad daylight, in front of his children, they moved in to his house and shot him and fatally wounded him. So it is fitting that today we are here actually celebrating this day in Homabay, not very far away from Mbai's home, right just next door here. And today I really want to make an appeal to the Council of Governors, because Mbai left us a young family, young wife and children. And if the Council of Governors can see it fit that you get a kind of a fund, a small fund, you can just put in 5,000 shillings a month, that will go a long way to help the family of the little Mbai. It's an appeal. But then, let's get back to business. And let me begin by declaring a familiar interest. I believe in devolution. I believe in more, not less devolution. I believe in a balance of power between Nairobi and the counties. None should stand in the way of the other. I believe in strong county executives, oversighted by equally strong county assemblies. I believe in a Kenya that sees the strength of each of the 47 counties as the strength of Kenya. But let me say, county government are supposed to be oversighted by county assemblies, not the Senate. So therefore, it is unnecessary for Senate to be summoning governors to go to appear before senators in Nairobi. Only the public accounts and the public investment committees should summon, not even governors, the chief executives of the county government. It's a waste of time, all the time summoning governors to come to appear before parliamentary committees. Centralism still has strong supporters, but I believe its days are in the past. Centralism comes with some bad habits. It thrives on keeping the whole country waiting for Nairobi to make decisions on very local issues that Nairobi knows little or nothing about. Devolution beats centralism at allowing local people to make decisions on local issues. Decisions affecting only Homabay should be taken in Homabay or any other country for that matter. Only decisions affecting the whole country should be taken by the national executive in Nairobi. I believe local policymakers bring more insight to local issues, are more likely to be more accountable, transparent, traceable, and named and shamed. But people are now looking for more than proximity. They are looking for performance, productivity, and partnership at every level of leadership. People want counties that are economic powerhouses, not mere administrative units. And you know, we're here because of historical circumstances. You had bigger units, you had regions which had what you call economics of scale. But enemies of devolution undermined that arrangement. Our focus must now be on leveraging devolution to achieve increased productivity and delivery of efficient and quality of services. Devolution for the people, for prosperity. People need more integration and coordination, not just between the county and national government, but also between counties. We want to see Wajir, for instance, having more collaboration with Garissa or Machakos with Kajiado, and complement each other instead of competing for destruction. So I want to share some reflections on how devolution can be revolutionized and how county and national governments can adopt and lead the country into an equitable future. A future in which we all accept that each part of the country is unique in its own way, has its own history, challenges, strengths, and ambitions. Only when all parts of Kenya pull together in one desired direction will we achieve prosperity for all. The counties are not equal or similar. Even this region, for example, you take Homabay, next door is Kisii, you see? And then the other door is also Migori. The three counties are not equal or similar. In Homabay here, they are like monoethnic. They can afford to talk the Luo Upper. Even the Suba speak the Luo. In Kisii, in Kisii they're also monoethnic. When you go to Migori, they are bilingual. There are Koreans there, and there are the Luos there. So you cannot speak Luo in an assembly in Migori. See, in Kisumu next door, different from Homabay, though they share the lake. Kisumu has an international airport. Kisumu has a railway line. Homabay does not have a railway line, does not have an international airport, and so on and so forth. So counties differ. So, where are we at this stage? Devolution is a process, not an event. It is about finding a balance between national and local aspirations. In this regard, we have made some significant progress. The most important step we have made is to make it the core principle behind devolution widely accepted. The principle of doing locally what is best done locally, and nationally only what is best done at the national level. But devolution must undergo continuous review and reinvention. The world is changing fast. So is Kenya. In 25 years from today, just from today, we will be in a Kenya of over 80 million people. Look at 25 years from today, it's just a turn of the century. And today is 25 years from then. From 25 years from now, we are going to have 80 million people living in this country. The eyes of our people will be on their counties. Our counties will either be engines of innovation or bottlenecks of frustration. The choice is ours, and we must choose boldly. We need to watch against the transfer of power and resources from Nairobi only for the same to be hoarded at county headquarters. We have to continuously ensure local communities access the devolved power and resources and have the power to decide where funding goes and how the services and projects are run. The formulation of county integrated development plans must therefore be more serious and truly consultative, not mere procedures. Those CIPDs, DPs, must also be implemented to the letter with much more regular references to the people. Needless to say, we have to cut the controlling hand of the national government. We must continuously push the national government to stop micromanaging counties. We must constantly fight off the national government's instinct to hold power and resources. But let me be clear. References to national government's bad tendencies is not a call for a war between the two levels of government. In all devolved systems, getting money and power from either level is always a struggle. You have to treat the contest as an integral part of the strengthening of devolution and the reason for the two governments to build good faith. In fact, even as that task continues, I want to propose that there be some incentives arrangements between the national government and the counties, through which the national government will reward those counties that deliver the best services in areas like poverty reduction, youth unemployment, and environmental conservation. We need to come up with more transparent and independent performance reporting at the counties that gives the public more access to data that it can use to evaluate the performance of their county against others. That data will enable citizens to know, for instance, where it is easier to start a business, access healthcare, do farming, move goods to markets, etc., enabling our citizens to make informed choices in their socio-economic activities. We need a digital devolution in counties. County services, from business permits to healthcare appointments, must be accessible online, in real time, and in local languages. This should go a long way in fighting the scourge of corruption that is taking very deep roots in counties. Our counties must move from being consumers of transfers to producers of wealth through county-led industrial parks, energy autonomy through solar, wind, and small-scale hydro projects, and smart agriculture hubs, among other areas powered by technology. Our Constitution clearly stipulates that the two levels of government depend on each other. That cooperation should help us to do away with, not enhance, duplication that results in wastage of time, efforts, and money. Even as county and national governments cooperate, there must be more clarity on roles and responsibilities. Some confusion is beginning to creep in, and accountability risks being lost in the process. We must continue demanding that counties be granted full control over all devolved functions. But we must also demand to see what difference the counties are making in increased devolved resources and functions. At the same time, we need to bring more areas into the devolution fold. Our constitution making was characterized by negotiations and give and take. To avoid a war, for example, with NAT, we only devolve early child development aspect of education. Because NAT had threatened us that if we devolve education, they are going to mobilize teachers to oppose the new constitution. And that's why education was not fully devolved. We must now break the cycle of managing our schools from far away in Nairobi. The time has come for Kenya to devolve education up to secondary school. It makes no sense to see a Minister of Education going to Marsabit, to Garissa, inspecting primary school structures or construction. It's a shame, because that is the work that should be done by the governor of the counties there. The time has come to devolve education. In the interest of efficiency and better service delivery, all money is currently managed by the NGCDF and NGAAF should be surrendered to counties. When CDF was formulated and promulgated, the people of Kenya were seeking an equitable distribution of natural resources, which had been denied through an imperial presidency. Most of the work here was basically left to Harambes. He wanted to build a tuition build block, Harambee, dispensary, Harambee, and so on. Since that time, everything in the system of governance has changed. We removed the patronage system in allocation of natural resources. We adopted devolution. We established a constitutional commission to allocate revenue between the national and county governments. We empower the parliament on budgetary matters. Everything Kenyans have done to re-establish good governance has made the CDF system obsolete. It is serving no known role in the new constitutional architecture, and it is no longer relevant in the new constitutional dispensation. Indeed, the only thing this system does is to pervert the role of the representative of the people and to deflect their attention from duties placed upon them by the Constitution. The legislatures are elected to represent the people, to legislate, and to oversight the national government. It is not their business to be distributing bursaries or be constructing classrooms and so on. Those are the work of the county government. Well, the MPs are constructing roads, constructing schools and hospitals. The same goes for infrastructure development. There is no reason for Nairobi-based agencies to continue flying over counties and construct roads in our urban centers and within our counties. I strongly believe that time has come for the authority over urban and rural roads to be handed over to counties, while the national government manages international highways and national trunk roads. I was the Minister for Roads, Public Works and Housing. I'm the one who took the bill to Parliament to create KERA, KURA, and KENHA. But that was under a unitary system of government at that time. With a devolved system of government, there's no need for somebody sitting in Nairobi to be in charge of rural roads in Homabay or Kiambu or Lambu, for example. So this is an idea whose time has come. It does not make sense that some roads in Kisumu town cannot be managed by the governor of Kisumu. That somebody sitting in Nairobi called Kura who claimed those roads as his roads. The same thing in Mombasa, Eldoret, Nakuru, and so on. I know the better way to power this economy there's no better way to power this economy than to have major road construction works going on across all the 47 counties at the same time. I am well aware that some of these functions are currently not devolved and may require constitutional amendments to be transferred to counties. But through delegation of functions and legislation, we can get this work done and in the process take more power and resources and prosperity to the people. Finally, I want to address two other issues. One, the governors have mentioned it, that governors serve the counties and they can serve 1 term, 2 terms. I've got a number of governors who have served 2 terms. In Parliament, we did an amendment so that any member of Parliament who serves 2 terms is automatically entitled to a pension. Why can we not do the same thing to the governors? A governor who has served 2 terms needs to be entitled automatically to a pension. So this is a recommendation that should come from Homabay. And members of Parliament should seize this matter and go and move an amendment in Parliament. Okay. Second thing is issue of corruption. See, corruption is not confined to the counties, and I'm happy that the President talked about this. I talked about it the other day. Our society will not develop until we manage this animal, this beast called corruption. And it is in all aspects of our lives. First, you talk about the executive. It is rampant in the executive. Not at county only, first at the national level. In the procurement and in revenue collection, that's where it resides. Revenue collection, these revenue officers, whether it be the customs officers, they be income tax, they be VAT officers, there's a lot of pilferage in that right. There's a lot of leakages. And then procurement officers. Again, here there's an area where there's a lot of pilferage. You're procuring so expensively. You'll be told now you're building affordable housing. But at what cost? At what cost are you building the affordable housing? Yeah? And all that eventually is burden pushed to the taxpayer. So this is an area where we need to face these enemies of our society squarely in procurement and in revenue collection. The other area here is, and this is both at the national and at the county level. Then go over to the legislature. Again, it's domiciled in legislature. A lot of money was being wasted by people who should be working productively, being summoned to appear before parliamentary committees. And you find parliamentary committees sometimes saying, we are cancelling this project. They're only doing that because they've been funded by a contractor who lost the contract. When there's a tender, there must be a winner. And once that the tender has been awarded, the contractors who lost will look for the member of parliament or an MCA. Or the contract has been corruptly awarded. Then immediately they now summon the minister or the PS to come, and you want to investigate this. They shout a lot, make a lot of noise, but basically they are being paid by the losing contractor. And they've been doing this, you find the contract has been properly awarded, is suspended, is cancelled, and you know the financial year is very short. By the time you awarded the contract, it is September. If somebody goes and suspends it, you will be into the new year. The whole financial year is wasted, money is not spent. So Parliament must also be brought on board properly, because Parliament is also actually impeding implementation of government projects by being corrupted by contractors. And then, you know, come over to judiciary. Judiciary is also not blameless. When some people tell you that I don't, rather than wasting my money in hiring a lawyer, I'd rather bribe a judge, and I will get whatever I want. A criminal, somebody that committed a crime, when he's supposed to be arrested, rushes to court, and when they go to court there, gets an order to stop him from being arrested. So the judiciary is a major impediment also. So the corruption resides also in the judiciary. And you come down to the private sector. The private sector is also not blameless. The private sector is where there's competition for contracts, and the ones who now go and bribe the executive, they also bribe the legislature and so on. So there's always a giver and a taker in a corrupt deal. So the private sector is also not blameless. The media is also not blameless here. The media is very much deeply involved. If you see the media saying, oh, we are exposing corruption here, they have been paid. That we have done a professional investigation exposing corruption in the legislature, or in judiciary, in the executive. They themselves have been paid to do what they're doing. So the media is not blameless in this one here. So we need to deal with this issue squarely by looking at this animal called corruption, the face, and dealing with it. That's the only way that our country will be able to move forward. I thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we kindly request you to remain up on stage. We have a gift for you from the Council of Governors, which will be presented by the Chair of the Council of Governors and the Vice Chair, who is also the Chair of the committee that organized this year's Devolution Conference. There will be a second one from the County of Homabay. This is from the Council of Governors, being presented by the Chair and the Vice Chair of the Council of Governors. Tupige makofi tafadhali. Thank you. The second gift, Right Honorable Prime Minister, the second gift is from the host county of Homabay. And as you can see, all Homabay people, please piga makofi as we present your gift to the Right Honorable Prime Minister. Asante sana. We are then going to have a quick session of photos, and I'd like to request all the governors present to please come up on stage, all the governors present to take a photo with the Right Honorable Prime Minister. Also, kindly, I'd like to ask, they'll be taken outside.
Your Excellency, with your permission, we could conclude with the national anthem, Your Excellency. And I do request that when you go back to where you're seated, we all be at attention for that. And Your Excellency, only Your Excellency, Dr. Odinga, to go up on stage for that. It is very important for our optics. Francis, kindly assist. Assist Francis. Thank you. Thank you. Francis, assist me with the headgear as well. And may I request that all unofficial headgear be dressed down. National Anthem of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you. The photo session will take place in the official photo booth as you exit. May we accord His Excellency Dr. Odinga another round of applause for those great words of wisdom. Latif.
Asante sana Bage. Ladies and gentlemen, our side events will be taking place shortly. In fact, they begin immediately in all the side event tents. We have 13 side events that are taking place now. We have some side events that are taking off now in all the side tents. Please make your way to all the side events. Plus, remember, tomorrow morning we begin with side events as early as 8 a.m. So we come in for the side events as early as 8 a.m. For now, side events taking place, and they can take place until whenever the sessions decide to conclude, depending on the vibrancy of the conversations that will be taking place in there. So they take place from the main hall. This one, there's a side event that will be taking place here. And then we have tents 1 to 12. Here we'll be having the Africa Urban Lab session, Rethinking Urban Expansion, Planning the periphery for equity and inclusive growth. Please let's attend all these side events. They are very, very important, very, very good conversations taking place. Remember tonight at the Governor's Park, the county of Homabay is hosting dinner, and the governor has invited all of us to attend that dinner tonight at the Governor's Park. Tomorrow morning from 8 a.m. we begin with the side events, all of them taking place in the various designated tents. There will be 10 side events tomorrow morning. There are 13 side events taking place now. Now, if anybody has lost the keys for a very big car, and there are very, very many keys, you can look for the, you're saying they're yours. You will have to come here with a lot of evidence of what we ought to know about the keys. So let's attend the side events. See you in the tents, tent number 1 to tent number 12, and this main hall, which will be hosting the African Urban Lab conversation on rethinking urban expansion. Tent number 1, Proximi Limited. Tent number 2, Food for Education. Tent number 3, GIZ on financing resilience of cities and communities. Tent number 4, Pan-Africa Climate Justice Alliance. Number 5, Technology Service Providers Association of Kenya. Tent number 6, ECD Network. Number 7, Center for Fiscal Affairs. Tent number 8, Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa. Tent number 9, the National Construction Authority. Number 10, State Department for Trade on unlocking county trade potential. Number 11, AMREF. Number 12, the State Department for Public Health and Professional Standards. All those conversations taking place from now in the side tents. Tomorrow morning we convene here for the side events as well from 8 a.m.
At this juncture, allow me to welcome Dr. Joyce. Dr. Joyce is a technical lead from the Digital Health Agency.
This is the parade mounted by Scout from Moi Girls High School, Sindo, ready for your inspection.
muziki taratibu bila jasho.